Welcome to the whoop-de wop.
Drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Wop.
to remind everybody
It's
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop.
shit.
It's a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious, you know
Yo,
who's your
hand me the whoop-de wop.
Well, I know it's in Indiana.
Yo, you got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know
We're
what
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
That's
we
something to do
can
with things.
throw some cool
And
whoop-de wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
out,
know at one
come
point
stove, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like
right
the
quick.
center of the
She
Klan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
All my life, certainly the last 15 to 20 years, I have been talking about Black people making themselves more aware and other people more aware of how we helped to create this country.
Do you believe that blacks should celebrate America's 200th birthday?
There can be no celebration without Black celebration.
200 years have passed in this country, and Black people are not free.
This edition of Black Journal is dedicated to the St. Louis Sentinel, the St. Louis Argus, and the St. Louis American, members of the crusading Black press, serving, of course, St. Louis, Missouri, the 10th largest Black community in the United States. Our theme on this series is Black Centennial, but we don't mean 100 years of living. What we mean is the Black presence, yesterday and today. Although our theme is historical and contemporary, this edition will emphasize the present-day issues of Afro-Americans. The special edition will feature a discussion around the question, should Blacks participate in the bicentennial activities? There are basically two schools of thought. One school asks, are we celebrating 100 years of slavery and racism? Others believe that we should celebrate our role in making America what it is. With me to discuss these questions are Lerone Bennett, senior editor of Ebony Magazine and author of The Shaping of Black America, and the Honorable John Calhoun, special assistant to the President of the United States. I'd like to welcome you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you to be here.
I will call you Lerone because I know you. It would be inappropriate to call you Mr. Bennett. Lerone, you have been singled out almost as the spokesperson for the ideological point that Blacks should resist celebrating America's 200th birthday. Am I basically correct?
I don't know whether I'm a national spokesman for that point of view, but I believe that's certain, and some people are
Well,
supported that
in the
view.
issue that Ebony did, the special issue on the bicentennial, there were basically 3 points, and yours was used as the adamant no.
No, right.
Would you clarify that point for me?
I take the position that Black people should not participate in any way in the bicentennial because 200 years have passed in this country and Black people are not free. I take the position, secondly, that it's unprecedented in world history for an oppressed people to celebrate their oppression. It just blows the mind. I take the position, thirdly, that not only Black people, I say that no one in this country should celebrate anything. We haven't done anything to celebrate. We've got to do it. Fundamentally, my position is this, that we are celebrating the anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. All men were created equal. I'm saying in 1776, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and 95 to 99% of the white founding fathers didn't believe it. And I'm saying that 200 years later, 95 to 99% of the people in this country, white people in this country today, do not believe it. Under those circumstances, there's nothing to celebrate.
Is there a danger that you are eliminating the ability of Black people to survive in the face of these very obstacles that you've now just documented?
That's a very good point, Tony, and I'm very sensitive to people who bring up that point of view, but I think it confuses two issues. All my life, certainly the last 15 to 20 years, I have been talking about Black people making themselves more aware and other people more aware of how we helped to create this country. That's the thing we ought to keep before the public as much as possible. But that's a different question from the question of, well,
Let me stop it right here. Very important point. And, you know, you've heard me talk about education and, you know, parenting and all that stuff. This is an old um, Tony Brown's journal from 1976 or 75 or 76. This was back during the bicentennial, which I actually remember because I turned 11 that March. So, you know, this idea of how and how much Black people should be celebrating national holidays like July 4th has been with us forever, ever since, you know, what to the slave is the 4th of July, the the Frederick Douglass speech, up until 1976, and now we're in 2026. You know, to me, that's, you know, really up to the individual. You know, whether you want to celebrate it or not. The salient point, I think, Lerone Bennett, who is, by the way, a legend and a historian, and he was also publisher of Jet and Ebony. Um, um, the point about the education part, this notion that Black people had no input into the building of the country, even the founding of the country. If you actually go and educate yourself, read the history books. Okay, there are Black historians out there of renown. There are white historians out there of renown. If you're school, especially K through 12, it is basic training, basically. You know, let's compare it to the military. It's basic training. It's going to give you the fundamentals of what you need to do to get from point A to point B in a formation. The specialty schools are the A schools, the C schools. In the Army, it's AIT, and, you know, I'm not that familiar with the Army stuff. So once you get out of high school, education is up to you, up to the individual. You can go to college, you can go to trade school, but you should never stop being a student, in my opinion, of American history or whatever topic or subject that you're interested in. Too many people are like, hey, I'm out of high school, I'm out of college, I'm done with all that. You know, and that's your right too. But people prey on that ignorance or that lack of education, or, you know, you tend to forget a lot of stuff that you might have even learned in high school. So prompted me to even do is this Be Brave special. Apparently John Galt has decided to platform mudsills like Be Brave. Apparently I triggered the fuck out of some people with a comment that I made, which they just took out of context, put words in my mouth. One thing that I hate, it's when people take my arguments, they misinterpret, well, Stanley meant this or Stanley meant that. Nah, if you want to know what I meant or what I said, come back and either rewatch what I said or ask me personally. But Be Brave at this point has for years taken my arguments and stuffed them into his square white hole of a racist argument. I don't give a fuck about the violence in the inner city or schools. I literally wasn't talking about any of that. See, what little mudsills like Be Brave do is they want to get knee deep in the muck and deal with details. For better or for worse, I'm kind of a big picture guy. I wasn't even thinking of the inner city or violent crime or any of this stuff when I said what I said, which I'm going to go over in a few minutes. I just want to finish this video. And while I'm thinking about it, Everybody, go ahead and make sure you hit the like button as you file in, or if you're hearing this on a replay. Same thing if you're new to the show. If you're hearing this on a replay, please make sure you subscribe to the show, share it out. Who knows? I may be somebody's cup of tea out there. And, I talk a lot about race and culture. If you talk about American culture and American politics, race is going to be an essential part of, a lot of these sorts of arguments or positions you take. But that mudsill level, shooting up the streets in the inner city. I never lived in the hood. I never really even lived in the middle of a city. Why would I be talking about any of that? Most Black people don't live in the hood. And that's what people like Be Brave can't understand. And apparently John Galt can't either. Most Black people don't live in the hood. So it always, they have convinced people of their ilk that Black culture, such as it is in America, is defined by what goes on in the hood and shooting up streets and stuff like that. And that's where they lose. That's where they fuck up. They always think I'm talking about what they're talking about. And what I talk about is much more high level, much more, at a more philosophical strata or level. I have no clue what the fucking hillbillies and the old YNs, when they collaborate on John Galt's channel. I have no fucking clue. I don't watch John Galt's channel generally. So I have no clue what's going on over there. Like I told John earlier, whatever mudsill race war you're stoking over there on the urban landlord, please don't involve me in it, because I don't keep up with the day-to-day goings on over there. I leave it to people of that strata. So have fun, be brave. I hope you enjoy yourself. I hope you have many successful shows to go. But I wouldn't have even known Be Brave was talking about me had somebody not hit me up on a YouTube Messenger. I literally wouldn't have known, because I don't subscribe to John's show. So, and for those who were encouraging me to hit the link and go up to talk to Be Brave, dude, that shit's over. I don't need to deal with Be Brave. He can stew in his own juices. I'll need to dirty my hands with that mudsill shit that he and John Galt want to deal with. Kind of the same thing with C. Moore. You know what? I've had my fill of it. I don't need to talk to them on my panel. I don't need to go up to their panel. I know what they are. I know what they're about. They're not going to change, and neither am I.
Whether we should celebrate 200 years of freedom in America. We haven't had 200 years of freedom in America. And I'm opposed to any connection of our experience with that burlesque in this country.
Mr. Calhoun, I would assume, being in the office that you are in, that your views of Black participation in the bicentennial might be different. I'll ask you a specific question. Do you believe that Blacks should celebrate America's 200th birthday?
Most certainly, Tony. I think that there's several schools of thought, as you pointed out earlier, but there can be no celebration without Black celebration. We've been here. We've participated in every aspect of American life. We've influenced. We've impacted on the music, on the medicine, in industry, every aspect of American life. We've been there. So if we recognize America, and I'm sure that the option boils down to one, America is recognized. It is a country. We are the leader as it relates to the free world, as it relates to democracy. We are the longest, the oldest democracy, and Blacks have been here. We've contributed a great deal, and of course we ought to participate. It's a good time to dramatize what we have done, to make those others in the society, in the system, aware of what we have done, and to help build a legacy for the future for our people.
If we celebrate if we celebrate the role that blacks have played in making America what it is, aren't we really implicitly saying we're happy with what America is?
Well, I don't think you'll find any black that will say that we're happy with the way things are in the country completely at this time. True, we've come a long way though, Tony, and that's the thing that we've got to acknowledge. We came here, many of our ancestors in chains, and today we're across the board. We're visible in every aspect of American life. We have black millionaires, we have black business people, we have well, your publisher, for example, is a true success story. Johnson Publishing Company is a story to be emulated around the world as it relates to success. He started with practically nothing, with a loan, as I understand, and he parlayed it into one of the greatest publishing companies in the world. And so that is success.
I'd just like to make the point that again, I have problems with extraneous issues. In 1776, the fact that if some individuals were making some bread, were doing rather well, was irrelevant. It was irrelevant in 1776, it's irrelevant in 1976. For example, George Washington was fabulously wealthy. You know, had more than, some had said more than 200 and some slaves. But he understood that freedom, it has something to do with a man's soul, a man's integrity, whether a man is free in fact. And so he went out to make a revolution in support of his freedom. So I have problems when people associate this with, you know, some cats have done rather well here. That's one thing. The other thing is, are black people free in this society? In addition to that, Brother Calhoun, I would say this in normal times, but these aren't normal times for black people. Black people are in a major depression in this country. Unemployment rate in the black community is 20, 30, 40, 50, 60%. The Urban League, which is a responsible black organization, the NAACP, a responsible black organization, both have recently come out with statements saying that we've been wiped out in this country. Well, my only thing I would say, under those circumstances, is obscene for us to celebrate.
Well, first of all, I disagree with the fact that we're up to 40, 50% unemployment. There are pockets. True, Detroit is a pocket, but as I understand it, the mayor was in Washington a couple of days ago, and he said that he's down to about 12%. And I think that we see unemployment on the downward spiral as opposed to the upward spiral. There are a number of ways of looking at this. Now, true, the economy is bad. It's bad with everyone. It's not only bad with America, it's bad around the world. I think we're looking at an international crisis insofar as economics go. And so it impacts upon us greater as black people, primarily because a majority of our people are at the bottom end of the spectrum as it relates to getting along in the system. But nonetheless, there's so many things that you can't measure in terms of economics. And I think when you look at the impact we've had on people around the world from a cultural sense, when you look at the contributions blacks have made in the cultural world, there's no way you can say that we haven't done something and that we don't have anything to celebrate.
I just like to make this point. We're talking at cross purposes. We don't have any disagreement, Brother Calhoun, about what black people have done. I think our disagreement is around the question of why and how they've done that. I say they've done these things despite the fact that white Americans have not lived up to the Declaration of Independence, not because they have lived up to the Declaration of Independence. I say we must always be celebrating our survival, our endurance in this culture. What I'm saying, Brother Calhoun, is that the Declaration of Independence has never had any meaning in this country, does not have any meaning in this country today. I'm saying bluntly, Brother Calhoun, George Washington didn't believe it 200 years ago. Gerald Ford doesn't believe it in 1976. Now, what I propose, if you just let me, I don't propose that black people go off and shut the door. I have said what we ought to be doing in this bicentennial year is making the Declaration of Independence a reality. And I say we ought to do it before July the 4th, 1976. Some 5,000 blacks fought in the American Revolutionary War. But it's also interesting to note that even more blacks defected to the British during this period. Why did they defect to the British? Because of the pussyfooting of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. George Washington didn't want to accept blacks into the army. Only accepted them into the army after Lord Dunmore said, y'all come on and fight for us. Then he did, wait, let me finish. I'm trying to capsule 200 years of history in a brief time, and then I'll be through. The second point we need to deal with in the Revolutionary War period is the beginning of the institutionalization of Black America. The founding in 1787, interesting date.
Yeah, Bobby and Khan, this is 1976, just before the election year. Carter beats Gerald Ford. But the reason I'm actually showing this, because I've had it in this queue for a while. Things don't necessarily. It's so weird how American history works. Things change, but there's a lot of circular currents. A lot of recycling, things that don't necessarily get resolved. And, a lot of these arguments that were happening 50 years ago at the bicentennial are still happening or did happen this year at the sesquicentennial or whatever the hell it is. So, maybe in 50 years things will have changed, but I don't think race in America is going to change anytime soon, if it ever changes. Someone said yesterday on the show, not without just like a total, like we need to raise the buildings to the ground and salt the earth and start pretty much over. That's the only way I think it's ever things will fundamentally change. And barring that, we just have to cope.
Of the Free African Society by Absalom Jones and Richard Allen after they had to walk out of a white Methodist church in Philadelphia in 1787. That's what we got to deal with. And just throwing names out will do no good. White people have got to deal with Mount Vernon, Monticello. We've got to deal with what the Black experience means in this country over these 200 years. That will make this year significant.
What's up, 12th man?
Hey, how's it going, Stanley? I've seen you going since early this morning.
No, I just started the show. I actually haven't been going since early this morning.
Yeah, I've seen you on John Galt, and you've been chipping away, so.
Yeah, well, John didn't start that early. He started, I think, that show started around midday or something.
He wasn't even on there. It was just Be Brave and some other cunts or something.
John made a couple appearances. He was in the background and he came up on panel a couple times.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I thought you said you were watching it.
Well, I was, but he never dropped the link like you do, and neither did
no, he actually, the link was dropped. Orthodox guy went up there, Master Kim went up there, Omar went up there, several people went up there.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, apparently you didn't catch the whole show. But anyway, any comments on this video before it started?
No, I was very happy when you came on today, Stanley, because
why is that?
You always have a more intellectual show. You know what I mean?
Well, I appreciate that. But bottom line is, I guess this could have waited till tomorrow. But, I have plans for tomorrow. I have a very specific political topic I want to talk about. So, be brave
What's that?
and, be brave in that ilk. They're actual lightweights. That's why I don't really deal with them anymore. If I run into them in a chat or something, I'll make my jokes. But no, I personally don't take Be Brave that serious. That's why I don't go up on panels with him. And if he drops by today, which I know he won't, they get pissed off because I won't go up on their panels and they won't come up on my panel. And my thing is, why would I go up on a panel that I don't control? If you want to talk, come up to my panel. The bottom line is what Be Brave went on about today. He has apparently somebody misquoted or didn't convey exactly what I said or didn't get the meaning or something. Be Brave and John Galt don't seem to understand that I don't give a fuck what goes on in the hood. I don't live there, not from there. Why would I care? So these guys are kind of weirdos. They keep trying to pull me back in to whatever lowbrow racist shit they're into, and keep trying to avoid it. But today, I didn't have any set plans, so we'll just do a quick pop-up show, and we will deal with Mr. Brave and be done with it.
Well, one of the points that he raised as it related to the number of troops that participated in the war and the number that defected to the British, I think, in all fairness, at that time, blacks went for the highest deal or the best deal that was afforded them. And I think that perhaps had more to do
in freedom.
Well, they were interested in freedom, number one, and they were interested in
that's why they made a deal. That's
exactly.
That's right.
So I think then they went, the 20,000 that fought on the side of the British did so because they wanted freedom, and I think that quest is still here today.
But
freedom,
that's what the Patriots wanted.
Yes,
that's why they were fighting the English crown, because they wanted freedom, which was the principle, which is my point.
Well, I don't think that some of the promises were made on the part of the Americans as related to you fight and we'll give you your freedom. I think those promises came later on down the road when they saw the impact and the influence this would have on blacks. That would.
I disagree with that take. They were fighting maybe to be free of Parliament, but the colonists were already free. That slave rhetoric that Thomas Jefferson, wound up getting into the Declaration, it was more hyperbole than anything. The main reason, or one of the main reasons, was taxation, but a lot of it had to do with England clamping down on land speculation. People like George Washington couldn't go into the Northwest Territory or across the Alleghenies into places like the Ohio Valley and steal Indian land. England, after the French and Indian War, England said enough. The French and Indian War was expensive. We're having to fight the French and the Indians because these colonists keep wanting to encroach on Indian territory. And part of the taxes, and they don't emphasize this enough in high school, part of the taxes had to do with defending the colonies from Indians. England was constantly having to keep troops over here to defend the frontier, the western frontier, from Indian attack, European attack, that sort of thing. That part never gets emphasized enough. The elites wanted to be treated like elites, and they wanted to have a say-so in how they were taxed. It wasn't anything about freedom. The freedom to invade Indian territory, I guess you could put it that way. But anyway, and that's the other thing. Most white Americans, just to be bluntly racial about it, most white people don't understand American history. That's why they get it so fucking wrong. That's why there's a Be Brave who brags. Only a fucking imbecilic white man would be proud of his failure in school. And it's a comment that I made in John Galt's chat, that people like Be Brave and of Aaron C, people of that ilk, they literally thought that, hey, I'm white, I'll always be okay in America. And in 2026, these mudsill level white men are finding out that all of a sudden they have to compete with women, they have to compete with black men. There's competition. They're not going to always be number one or the first hired, because there are people out there that are stiff competition. And that is really the crux of Be Brave's bitterness. Being white and being proud of your ignorance no longer holds cachet in 2026. You can't just go, hey, I'm white, I'm pretty smart, I didn't need education. That shit isn't going to fly. So,
Stanley, do you think you need to be white to be a fly guy?
I have no idea what that means. Can you make it more intelligible?
Well, like Be Brave. I mean, he lives in a shack like I live in a shack, and we're both white. So, do you hate white people, Stanley?
Dude, why would I hate somebody like Be Brave? The only way I would ever run into a Be Brave in real life is on YouTube. I can't hate somebody I'll never meet.
Why might be
If it weren't
Stanley?
if it weren't for YouTube, I would have no idea who you nor Be Brave is. I don't run into people like Be Brave in my normal everyday life. So it's hard to hate somebody you'd probably never meet. What's up, Joshua?
They at that time. I think that quest for freedom is still alive today as it relates to total participation in the American system, participation in the economic system, as well as the political system. And I think that's very much alive today.
Can I ask one question? Brother Calhoun, I don't want to put you on the spot. I'm very sensitive to your position. This is the 200th year of freedom in America, people say. You're very close to the President of the United States. The President of the United States, it seems he's doing some strange things in this year. He's cutting back on social programs, unemployment. Do you have any recommendations of what he ought to be doing in 1976?
Well, I think the first thing he ought to be doing is listening. I think he, like all of the other people, need a better understanding of the Black contribution and the Black participation. Now, as it relates to the employment situation, the unemployment situation, the President in his State of the Union said that unemployment is a serious problem. And his approach is that we not come up with makeshift jobs that are going to, at the end of 1 year, disappear, and the brother's going to be right back where he was prior to this. We're talking about getting the economy back on its feet so that there is opportunity in the private sector, and that the burden of carrying somebody for a year doesn't go on the burden of those that can afford it the least, those who are paying taxes like you and you, Brother Brown, and others who are caught in the lower end of the economic structure in the country. They're having to fork over additional revenue. We're talking about putting more money back from the tax into the private sector so that we can get the country moving again. Now, as to recommendations that I would have for the president, I think that He has gone out and made some very strong statements. He has admitted and acknowledged our participation in the country, I think more so than any other president. He spoke to the National Baptist Convention in St. Louis, and he set the record straight on a number of our contributions. He went to North Carolina Central College, and he spoke to the assembly, but he also took questions from the students. And at this time, the question was raised as to whether or not Senator Brooke would make a good running mate. And the president admitted that. And I think since that time,
I didn't know that. His response was made at
North Carolina
the insistence
Central
of the
College.
student's question,
Yes,
which is the Black College.
Exactly.
Let me ask you a historical. Go ahead.
Just one question there. We could argue economic theory all day. I'm in disagreement with the economic theory that it's expressed. That's another matter. The fact of the matter is that the very responsible Urban League says, for example, administration figures on unemployment for the birds, that real unemployment in the Black communities, 20, 30, 40%. Walk down 125th Street, walk down South Parkway, walk down Martin Luther King Drive in Chicago, you will see the unemployment in the Black community. It's there. The pain is in the Black community, and the president, seems to me to be unaware of it.
He's very much aware of it, and I'm not denying it. As a matter of fact, the Urban League just received a grant. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $14 million to deal with this problem. I agree. The accounting system, the method of dealing with unemployment statistics is very unfair as it relates to the inner city, because the statistics they use incorporate a broad area. For example, Washington, D.C.
Excuse me, I have to interrupt because we're very short on time.
Yes.
And I have one final question that I want to get in, and I think it's very pertinent. It is a historical and a contemporary question. Although you feel that Blacks should not participate in the bicentennial, wouldn't you agree that the byproduct of Blacks being more interested in their history and more interested in their contributions, and I don't mean it just in contributions, the relevance of what our contributions meant in terms of our commitment to freedom, liberty, and justice. Don't you believe that has at least been a byproduct on America's spotlighting its 200th birthday?
Only if those contributions become meaningful within a context of struggle and freedom. That's what the history of Black people is about. That's what this bicentennial is supposed to be about. Just the name is useless.
In other words, if we use what we learned during this bicentennial year about Black history
for struggle and movement to
if we're inspired and motivated by it, you would see a positive conclusion.
If it ends up in struggle and freedom.
All right, thank you. I'd like to thank Lerone Bennett, historian and senior editor at Ebony, for being our guest. I'd like to thank John Calhoun, special assistant to the United States, for being on Black Journal. I'd like to say goodbye from the Black Journal family. God bless you.
What then to the American black slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him, more than all other days in the year, the gross injustice to which he is the constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham. Your boasted liberty, unholy license. Your denunciation of tyrants' brass-fronted impudence. Your national greatness, swelling vanity. Your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgivings, with all your religious parade and solemnity, are to him mere bombast, fraud, deception, impiety, and hypocrisy. A thin veil to cover up crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. There is not a nation on the face of the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than the people of the United States at this very hour.
And that's what I would have said had I gone up on Be Brave and John Galt's panel. Exactly that. So anyway, I wanted to show that, had been wanting to show it for quite some time. And the whole point is this idea that that black people have well, number one, just do nothing but crime and hang out in the hood on the street corner. That's what a Be Brave or a John Galt wants you to think, because it kind of, fits within their warped narrative. But we'll move on specifically to Be Brave. And I want to thank the folks who let me know that my name had come up. I had no clue that Be Brave even did shows on John Galt's channel, but now I know. And I don't subscribe to John, so I have no clue what goes on over there. So it was interesting. But the more things change, the more things stay the same. Be Brave has a history of taking stuff that I say and just kind of warping it into his very shallow narrative. Be Brave always wants to make it about crime in the inner city, and I have no clue what goes on in the inner city. I'm not from there. Don't pay attention to, the news or,
Yeah, me neither, Stanley.
the inner city times, or, however he gets his news about what's going on in the ghetto. Why they think that I at any given time even know what's going on there is beyond me. So this is exactly what I said. I said race in America, racial relations, the racism is a white people problem. And it stands to logic. If it is a white man's country, it was definitely founded by white men. If you look at the makeup of the Senate and the presidency for 250 years, or actually it's probably more like 230 some odd years, 237 or something like that, overwhelmingly white and male. I submit the problems in this country are a white man's problem if it's a white man's country. It's so funny. Be Brave himself says that it's a white man's country. So why wouldn't the problems be the white man's problem? But I don't care. I don't care. Okay. I don't care whether it's in the city or the holler. If it's a white man's country, it's a white man's problem. Of course, the way federalism works, local problems are local problems, but I'm talking at a high level. Okay. I'm not talking what happens in Be Brave shack. I'm talking at a high level. And the bottom line is Be Brave doesn't get it and tried to shoehorn my big picture point into his narrow little hillbilly elegy, or his hillbilly, front porch narrative. He can do it all he wants. He can gather, his little youngins, and he can preach to them. And I bet, they enjoyed the hell out of it. But it has nothing to do with me, because whoever conveyed the point to him totally missed the point. And that is usual, when Be Brave dares to comment on anything I say. That 6th grade education does not stand him well when it comes to complicated higher level points.
Understood, Stanley.
That's just the way it goes. So what I am going to do is look at some of this dreck that Be Brave started out with. This isn't going to be a super long show because I'm actually kind of tired. I did about 8 hours yesterday and get, didn't get a good quality sleep last night because I couldn't sleep. So this won't be, if it goes 4 hours, that will definitely be enough. The link is dropping in the chat every now and again. If anybody wants to come up, but I warn you now, I'm going to be selective in who I talk to. I'm not in a mood for any grand debates over what my points are. You can either agree with my points or disagree with my points. I'm not in a mood to go back and forth. Bottom line, racism, race as a system in the United States, it was developed by white men and it remains a white men problem. If white men run the country, if this is a white Christian nation, then race and the system based on race is a white problem. Fuck crime in the city. Really, it's connected, but not really my point. So
I know
let's see
my
what
I know my auntie is my 80-year-old auntie is hurting right now because I shared this stream to her and she's probably rolling over in her grave thinking about
well, how do
oh
you share how do you share
er,
how do you share a stream with someone in the grave?
well, she's not in the grave yet,
Wait,
motherfucker.
did you not just say she's rolling in her grave?
Not yet.
Okay, 12 man.
But
Why don't you go ahead and mute and sleep it off and let me play this video.
all right. I'll catch you on the next one, Stanley.
Sleep well.
There you go. Now, how's that? Can anybody hear me? Can everybody hear me? I think I'm on stage. I'm on the stage. You got that going there. Boy, the live tag is right in the way, but heck with it. How we doing here? Let me start off by doing this, maybe. Let me see. This. That's better. Do this. Big Bad Kahuna, Plasma Boy, test 12. We hear you. Very good. Now let me get this screen right here.
Yeah, let me go ahead and skip ahead.
Let some people get in here. There's only just a country. It's a white planet. And he thinks that they're. And I'm thinking, well, it would be nice. The problem is if the white people, the white people, the constituencies, we're not talking about the elite, we're talking about just regular old run-of-the-mill white folk. Let me see.
All righty. Well, he's already off the rails. He's already gotten way miles away from my point. I don't care. I'm literally talking about the white elite. I'm talking about whites as a group, as a class of people, as a class of governance, and already he's already taken my point out of context because Be Brave has a problem understanding big concepts, he has to take everything and whittle it down to the little bit that he actually understands. He's kind of a weird form of populist in a way. Okay. I don't care. The everyday people, it is a government by and for the people, but in the end, there is an elite class that governs the country, and the system. It's really more a structural argument than an actual individual person argument. What Be Brave doesn't seem to understand is we're not a straight democracy. We're not a pure democracy. We're a form of democracy, but we have institutions, governing institutions like the Congress, the Supreme Court, the presidency. And when I talk about systems, sometimes when people say systemic racism, it's really kind of redundant. You just say racism and that's enough. The ism implies the system. So what I'm saying, racism as a cultural structure is a white people problem. Okay. White people, white elites, if you will, invented the laws that, basically created racism, maintained it after the Civil War and Reconstruction, reinstituted it. Black people had nothing to do with things like Plessy versus Ferguson. Why would Black people take responsibility for something they had no hand in creating? When I say racism is a white problem, I literally mean as a structure, and I mean white people as a governing body. So you can take it to the streets all you want, Be Brave. You can break this down, into small bite-sized pieces that you and your fucking mudsill audience can digest. But bottom line is you missed my argument by miles in shoehorning my point into your narrative. Yeah, you can do it on a Sunday morning to get numbers, but you totally missed my point. People like you don't have you don't have the intellectual capacity, to be honest. Not that you couldn't, you're just not trained to think outside of your immediate experience. And that is the problem with your level or lack of level of education, Be Brave. You will forever be trapped in your own cage of ignorance. And you can put me in the title, you can get all these people to watch you every Sunday morning, but your ideas, your rhetoric has not evolved in the 2 or 3 years I've known you. That's why I don't go up to your panels, because it's the same shit we debated 3 years ago. Be Brave, most people here probably know, Be Brave and I had like a one-on-one debate. HB moderated it, and his ideas, and really my ideas, I guess, to be honest, we haven't changed in 3 years. He didn't understand it then, and he doesn't understand it now. And I guess somebody went back and told him what I said, and he just spun up as he usually does. But once again, he doesn't get it. I'm making a structural argument, and this dumb fuck wants to talk about what's happening on the street corner in the inner city. His loss. I am not going to debate someone who doesn't get it. Okay, the days of me bringing Be Brave up here and trying to teach him what I'm talking about as I'm talking about it, I'm sorry. I'm done. Those days are over. Fucking go read a book.
Let me get this straight. Let me do this. Hold on a minute. Yeah. if it's a white country, it's a white planet, and he thinks that therefore that if the blacks are losing their minds in the inner cities and destroying everything in 1,000 different ways, whether it's the 70%.
Look at him trying to take my argument and stuff it into the inner city. I literally wasn't even thinking of the inner city or crime or any of it. I'm literally thinking of 1660 in Maryland, in 1661 in Virginia, the first black codes that basically created I can never remember the name of the Latin phrase. It basically said slaves inherit the status of their mother. Okay, Brian, you weren't around in 1660, so you couldn't have invented slavery, even if you were smart enough back then to do it. So why you think you have a personal hand in it, creating racism? That is literally main character syndrome. And Be Brave, once again, wants to always take it back to the hood. He wants to always take big concepts and lead balloon them all the way down to that mud sill level. And you know what? This is one time I'm not going to be sucked into that fucking vortex of ignorance.
That make excuses and apologize for the violence, or whether it's the people actually carrying out the violence. I don't, for him to say that that's up to the whites to take care of, well.
I literally didn't say crime was something the whites need to take care of. I literally wasn't even talking about crime. But again, that 6th grade education, dude, you need to keep up. And if you can't, then do your show over on John Galt. Of course you won't come up to my panel because I'd slap you around like the ignorant hillbilly that you are. Okay, I am done having to teach as I debate. Stay your ass over where it's safe on John Galt's channel. You don't belong on my panel, and I'm not going over there to debate that silly shit you keep insisting I'm saying.
In a perfect world, it would probably be nice if we would be allowed to, but the white peasants can't do anything because the white elite have decided that they want the blacks to do what they're doing. So therefore, it turns down to the black culture and the black people to, do this old thing called police your own. It's like Stanley wants to let blacks off the hook for, why don't you police your own? Why aren't you looking at your culture?
Look at this fucking idiot. My culture, once again, acting like blacks are all the same. There's only one culture. Dude, this dude literally is trying to take something that's a little bit above his head and trying to just drag it down to the holler with him. And Sin, I don't know. I'm Sin. This is a day that I'm not fucking interested in you defending Be Brave. Okay, I will bounce your ass if you piss me off. I'm tired of your bullshit. Okay, I've heard Be Brave say everything from he's a sociologist to all kinds of other things suggesting that he has superior intelligence. Today is not the day for you to come in here and defend the John Galt channel. I'd rather bounce you. So tread lightly, man. Yes, and I'm picking on you.
And dealing with your culture and the destructiveness of it, why aren't you looking at that from the inside and criticizing it? Because I'll guarantee you, you can look at Mike from Boston says, I live in a black-run city. I tell you, it's like night and day from a normal city. I've become accustomed to experiencing less at just about every establishment. Sorry about that, folks. I'll cover myself up when I get that close and read better. But yeah, it is a regular degular. Yeah. But it's like the blacks need to understand that pretty soon, if the white elite are using them as a weapon, and they are, then the blacks have to stop allowing themselves to be used as a weapon. You would do that.
Yep. Once again, now I understand Be Brave is literally back in his comfort zone, shitting on blacks in the inner city. I think hopefully I've established at least enough for some of you to understand that I'm not talking about crime, not talking about blacks in particular, not talking about individual whites. I'm speaking at almost a systemic level. Racism is something that was not invented by African slaves or black people in general. It is structural, and black people don't control the structural, systemic part of this republic. So for Be Brave to sit there, he's back in his comfort zone. He's already taken, what I was saying and just fucking drug it down to his little dirt road. So let's skip ahead.
But when he starts talking about racial matters, and they're too important, blacks are.
Once again, I'm talking about racism as a system.
Tearing apart the country right now. Blacks are really.
No, blacks are not tearing the country apart. Most blacks don't live in the 5 or 6 major metropolitan areas. If you took New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Detroit, Philadelphia, throw in Atlanta, and I may be missing 1 or 2 more, add them all up, and that's not the majority of the black population. So next.
One of the biggest problems facing this country right now with their criminology, their violence, and their apologizing and making excuses for such a tore up, sick group of young people that are destroying the inner cities. When he starts going into his opinions on that, yeah, I'm going to be kicking him around pretty hard. Now, in the past,
see, that's the wonderful thing about people like Be Brave. You're going to be kicking him. You're going to be kicking me around on John Galt's channel. That's the only place you're going to do it. And I don't have an opinion. I have an opinion on the history. I'm not just fucking like making shit up. I'll go and read about, the origins of American slavery, and I may have an opinion one way or another on it, but you can't dispute 1660 in Maryland, 1661 in Virginia, when they basically created laws saying that children of black mothers, if the black mother is a slave, inherits the status of that mother. And there's a specific reason they did that, because a lot of white women, well, there's a specific case, and I can't remember the name of the case, but this slave owner married a slave, like literally married, and the mixed race daughter basically claimed her father's estate when he died. And it was contested, but as it turned out back then, the father, you inherited the status of the father, she inherited the status of her white father, and that pissed a lot of people off. So there's a reason. The bottom line, I'm not talking about individual crime. I'm not even talking about race per se. I'm talking about the racism, which is a component, a structure of in American government and culture. And you can quibble from the holler all you want, but you totally missed my point. So kick me around over something I didn't say, I'll rest easy.
Gave up because he went into bringing up do funny. Thank you, CT, for that terminology. He went into do funny insults and do funny references. And I said, okay, never mind. Well, guess what?
Okay, and let me help Sin out. Sin, this idea of which country or which civilization invented slavery, it's totally besides my point. Okay, you're wasting my time and yours if you're quibbling about how long slavery's been around. 1660, 1661 in pre-America is what I'm concerned about. Having slavery on American soil was not a foregone conclusion. They had to write laws to make it happen. So, whether they had slaves in Mesopotamia or Rome, totally irrelevant. So, save it for another chat.
Going to be let off the hook. He can bring up.
Oops. Oh, looks like they took it down. Now, here's the deal, folks. Now, Be Brave felt comfortable enough to use my video to make his video, but as soon as John's video starts being used. But you know what? I might just do something better here. Give me a second. I might just pay the membership fee just to get access to this. Let's see. And this is how these fucking racists like John Galt and Be Brave are. As soon as you start going in on their shit, they get all in their feelings and clutch their pearls. So let's do this. They get all touchy. Where Stanley's using my content. Fucking crybabies. All right. Let us go over to the I think that's it. Lives. Yeah, looks like John just took it off the air completely. I was hoping maybe it was behind a paywall or something. Is John still monetized? Maybe he's not monetized anymore. Oh well, they just took the wind out of my sails, so we'll just cut the show short. But I hope everybody understands that these weak tea motherfuckers, when I turn up the heat, they run like the fucking bugs that they are. I don't think it's membership. It doesn't look like John Galt is monetized on that channel. I think it was the Urban Landlord. Let's see what else. He's got a couple. So you're a moderator over there. So you're part of their outfit. What's up with John Galt and these motherfuckers scurrying away from challenges there, Sin? Looks like they get mighty touchy. Mighty touchy. Nope. Looks like it is taken plumb off the air, privated or something. So that's that, folks. Oh yeah, your Chris M., your master, John Galt, of course he and Be Brave yanked the shit off the air once I started going in on those dumb bastards. So you can go back and you can tell those fucking idiots that well, to be honest, probably did me a favor, because I would have wasted a whole lot of time, just flapping my gums. So in any case, if anybody wants to hit the link, you can defend them, Sin. You don't answer for them, but you spend a whole lot of time defending John Galt in other people's chats. I've seen you do it. So you can spare me the who me attitude. Nope, I cannot create on my own, Jeffrey. So why are you still here? So let's see, what else do we have? So I see. So this is the first half of Be Brave show yesterday. I didn't realize that Be Brave has a show over there on his own. Let's see what that's about.
If I did something to cause John Galt's channel a headache, I'm not saying that lightly. So, no, it's not going to be all safe zone shit.
Let's see here. So this is from 9 hours ago. First half of yesterday's Be Brave show. So let's see what this is all about. Somebody go tell John Galt to take this one down too, okay? we've got some more Be Brave. There we go. Oh, let's see what else our little racist leprechaun has in store.
We just got to be real careful. Real careful. So, let me see. Who's it, Gunkle? Good morning, B. Good morning. Hello there, Gunk. Gurkha Legend. These names. Thunder Chicken, Gurkha Legend. Yeah.
Let's skip ahead a little bit.
Goof it up because me and computers, they're,
Let's get into the main racist content.
Everybody here is welcome. But trust me, folks, if somebody gets crazy, they're going to be out of here pretty fast. But yeah, just anybody wants to. Hell, I'd even let crazy Uncle Tom come up if he wants to come up and talk like a gentleman. As far as that goes. So, but yeah, anybody can come up. I had a ban list of about 50 people on my channel. No, that list doesn't exist, and I'm not going to adhere to any of it over here. But
oh no, I didn't. It's not the one that I was reviewing. They took that one down, Sin. I just found on John Galt's Clips channel that apparently Be Brave had a show yesterday, maybe. So, Be Brave is a one-trick pony. It's always about anti-black stuff. So I figured there'll be enough anti-black racist shit for me to pretty much approximate, his core arguments. And no, Chris, I don't love racism, but I love criticizing racists. I love criticizing racism. And I do admit, if America got rid of race and racism tomorrow, I would have to kind of search around. I would have to search around because, for something to talk about. But luckily, America has an endless supply. So, for the foreseeable future, I'm going to have lots to talk about.
But pretty quick still, folks, if you think you're going to come up here and just hurl insults, I don't mind them a little bit, but if it gets out of hand, it'll be like, yeah, no thanks. No thanks. See you later. Please stay away. Oh shit. Who's that? There's Master Kim. Hey, Master Kim. Let me try something here right quick.
Hey, no problem.
Okay. And that. Okay. Hi, Mr. Kim. How you hearing me?
Oh yeah, hey, Be Brave. Good to see you on these magical screens again. Be Brave. I went to go see John last week. I was in DC for business, and there's one thing that I wanted to mention, and I misspelled it in the chat. But can I give a quick observation, if you don't mind? And I'm going to use polite language because we don't know who's listening.
Yeah, sure.
So you know how
hold on,
city,
folks, and let me say, this is John Galt's channel. I'm not going to have anything to do with messing with this stream. We're going to be real. I don't care. You can call me a dumbass. We can call names, but keep the names real nice. And the vulgarities, forget them.
Oh, keep it real nice.
Go ahead, Master Kim.
Oh yeah, just an observation. So I met John at this high-end steakhouse, and it was nice. I forgot the name of it, but I had a good time. And John lives. First, just so everyone knows, we're used to seeing John on the screen, and John appears to be older than he is because he's talking about maybe money and finance and kind of like responsible stuff, right? In person, he's a limber, kind of like.
Okay, I don't know how this comes off to the chat, but this literally sounds like Playboy After Dark, where Master Kim is describing a wonderful date he had with an attractive man.
Running like swimming body. He was in shape and fit. And young, I wasn't prepared for that. I was expecting. I mean, he did have some grays, but yeah, John does not look like he does on the screen. On the screen, it looks like you can take him, but in person, no. He's got some good reach. He'll, if you know how to position your feet, he'll punch you in the neck.
In real life, he's so handsome. Listen to this dude is practically purring.
But anyways, my observation is
a lot of biking. That's why I tell people, to hell with running, get a bike.
Yep. So my observation is this: you know how a city will make everything what's called ADA compliant for the handicaps. The ramps, the railings, the signage, the braille placards on the wall, to really accommodate handicaps and people with disabilities. And it's very expensive, by the way, to do the whole city like that, but cities will do it over a period of time. I felt that that's what they did to DC, is make it black proof. Okay. The laws, all these bikes just littered everywhere, all these electrical bikes, everything to placate the black community is done, like for a bunch of can I say the R word?
Yeah, you can, but I probably low IQ's better.
Yeah, let's say reload-tard. They really reload-tarded the city to accommodate the black population. It is which if you're low class white, you would flourish in there as well. I did see two complete extreme economies intermixed. High class, wealthy, well-to-do government employees. Oh, no bull mammies anywhere where John and I were. It was super surreal and strange because this has been a gentrified area. No bull mammies anywhere.
What was the immediate surrounding areas? Was it like
what it was?
Now listen to this racist fuck just sitting on a channel with another racist fuck, just normalizing the racial slurs. Dude, this is literally like fucking just low brow, just fucking Mutsil. So you got two motherfuckers, literally, they have found each other on the panel of John Galt's John Galt, the Nubian Prince Urban Landlord Fan Club.
Immediately surrounding, were you, and I don't mean to use the word safe, but
yes.
Was it safe and sensible immediately surrounding, or how far out did you have to go before you would all right, now you got to start looking around?
Good question. Be Brave, you're so doggone smart. Good question. It reminds me.
Brave, you're so goddamn smart. Listen to this.
Nashville. What's that main street on Nashville where the homeless and the bums are like?
Oh, Chris, you are so right. I love listening to this bottom feeding bullshit. You can't imagine how superior I feel to Be Brave and Master Kim and John Galt too. Dude, I feel real superior. It justifies my conceit to the fullest. So yeah, I love listening to this.
On their best behavior.
I don't know.
So I did see, some sort of scrubs and stuff like that, but it's like they knew better than to be bugging the good-looking little college-age girls or the government employees. It was like they were like anesthetized or like on like some sort of cat tranquilizers or something like that. It was like they weren't a nuisance at all. Oh, and it's walking distance from Trader Joe's. So in Washington, D.C., in downtown area where Trader Joe's is, it's like a block away from Trader Joe's. Is where we were. So that pretty much speaks for itself. But it was weird to see all these like good looking, predominantly white women walking around almost aloof, and I don't want to say the hood because it's been gentrified through God's doing earth, but everything is so expensive that itself is like, a big tanker, a truckload tanker gasoline is 7,500 gallons. It's like 7,500 gallons of bleach had been dumped into the city to keep the trash at a distance. It was strange. But the reason I say the ADA compliance is because it's very expensive to do, and it's almost like DC has done all of that just to keep the trashy blacks occupied, whether it be all the free food, these very expensive electric bikes everywhere, and see these blacks at night. It's almost like a beehive, seeing them all just kind of circling in circles, going through intersections, doing the biking equipment.
Look, John Galt has these fucking bottom feeding Asians, and dude, I have to give John kudos. He has basically created his own swamp of mudsills and bottom feeders, and they say these blacks just like he does. I have to give him his due. He's created quite the community over there. I hadn't listened to John in months. Every now and again, if a title was interesting, I might dip in there for a couple minutes. But this is the most I've listened to any of his shows at length for a while. So it is kind of fascinating.
Of jaywalking, just these electric bikes are everywhere, all 100% ridden by young people. It was amazing.
That's why I'm flabbergasted at blacks complaining when so much has been done for them.
You're exactly right. It was interesting
observation. Because it's like I've said, we've been taking care of blacks for 100 years like children, and we're still doing it. It doesn't even bother me.
That is a fascinating statement by Be Brave. We have been taking care of blacks like, number one, his family hasn't been in the United States for 100 years, I don't think. Because I've heard his father, his parents or something were immigrants. But let me spell it out, especially for some of these people like Palomino and Jeffrey and some of these other fucking mudsill class whites. Y'all are not makers. Y'all are takers. And this identification of people like Be Brave with white elites is hilarious. Be Brave gets it totally wrong that white elites would want to hang around to Be Brave more than they would, someone else. Dude, they wouldn't pay Be Brave the time of day. And God forbid a daughter bring him home. Be Brave has just deluded himself into, damn near oblivion. And it's warped his mind so much that he thinks that he is part of a we who took care of blacks in America and all that. Dude, Be Brave. You can barely read, let alone take care or perform some high level governmental function. You can barely talk, son.
That's not even a complaint of mine. My complaint is why are you so ungrateful? I don't care what it implies, what the past implies, what the future holds. Why are you so ungrateful for the fact that that this country is making it so easy for you people, and they just don't goddamn appreciate it? Because so many of, when you're talking about so many of them, look, they're below the average. They're average or below average IQ, and the city makes it okay.
Okay, what makes him think about IQ? What is wrong with these people? IQ has nothing to do with his argument. Most black people, 68% of black people, which to me isn't a very high percentage, but it's way more than half, aren't even they're working class or above. So what the fuck is he talking about? There are, by the numbers, more white people on welfare. More white people are taken care of by the safety net than black people. In this low class mudsill argument, well, it's a bigger problem in the black community. You can make that argument, but that's because, it's a smaller population. If we added up the dollars it takes, white people are a bigger drain on the safety, on the social safety net than black people are. So IQ, that's just a crutch that people like Be Brave have to use to make themselves feel better.
And it's just like, it blows my mind that that blacks that are on these streams and all over complaining about whitey. It's like, go look at Washington D.C. I mean, look what has been done for you people, and I mean you people. One group is the ones that are.
Yeah, look at what has been done for you people. But the one thing I know for sure, you weren't in on the fix, Be Brave. The same thing that was done to help you black people was done for you fucking trailer trash fool. The same social safety net that black people use is what the Be Braves of the world use as well. And he just depends on his little youngins in the chat being too stupid to be able to critically think their way through this awful rhetoric that he's using.
Are benefiting from all of this the most, because the other groups have a lot of functioning, natural functioning still, embedded in their behaviors. This is the one group that.
And let me help little Chrissy Poo out. There's no such thing as a 70% elite. Elite is by definition a small group, a small percentage. If you got 70% of a group of people or a demographic, that is called a norm, not an elite. Maybe you don't have a better education than Be Brave like I thought you did there, Chris M.
This is the one group that so many of them have said to hell with functioning and just rely on somebody taking care of them like kids. Go ahead, Master Kim.
Now, if someone is kind of hustling their system and on the sly, stacking money, but yet also really pressing for full government services, because there are people that do that.
Hey Kim, how you doing?
Some Asians that they're collecting.
You there? If you're talking, I can't. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I thought I let you up. My bad. How you doing?
I was trying to tell you that I was backstage. Wait, I came in late on the
Okay.
rave conversation, so I'm lost. Like, what does he mean we're complaining? What are black people complaining about? And number two, no one helps me, Stanley. I don't know what help. I would like some help.
I'm gonna
Can
be
he send whatever
honest.
help he's talking about? I would like some help.
Well, here's the deal. Did you watch any of yesterday's show?
No, I was at a birthday party in
Okay.
Suffolk County.
Well, let me set the stage. And I think it was yesterday, maybe it was the day
Go
before.
ahead.
But I've made the argument that if America is a white man's country, then racism, the way the country was set up, the way race basically, racism works, it's a white people problem.
You always say that.
Black people don't control the government. They had no hand in setting up the systems, the laws, the Supreme Court decisions, etc., that reinforce that system. Black people are still only 14% is the best number I've seen. We don't have that kind of political, economic, or even social power to affect political structures. So it's a white people problem. Stop acting like, the inner city is where, race and, all that stuff plays out. It's really in the halls of Congress, the Supreme Court, the Oval Office. Always has been.
Yeah.
So Be Brave takes umbrage at that. Be Brave wants to take a high level systemic argument and shoehorn it into like inner city crime. And that's why I don't want to engage with people like that, because he can't understand anything that's outside of his holler or his hillbilly mentality. So that's where it started.
Got it. But I'm trying to, what does he think black people are complaining about? Like, what's the complaint?
His complaint is that inner city crime is ruining the country.
Oh, okay.
And I think it's a stupid argument. I think literally, most black people, if you took, as I said earlier, if you took the 5 or 6 biggest cities, it's nowhere near the majority of the black population. Most black people don't live in, these big inner city areas.
And what is the help that he thinks that we're getting? Because Stanley, I get no.
Well, they're talking about welfare and basically what he doesn't understand is that whites receive the biggest share of the social safety net by dollars, and up until the 50s, things like GI Bill and all that stuff, blacks didn't receive at all.
Mm-hmm.
So it really wasn't until like the 50s and the post Korea that blacks even started getting things like the GI Bill. Farmers and domestic workers back in like the 30s, when Social Security and all that stuff was invented, blacks couldn't get it because the Southerners made sure blacks were ineligible.
Yeah, and I don't qualify for anything. I wish I could get like food assistance or whatever. Everything.
Yeah, well, the thing is he's not. The problem is personalizing it. And I notice on YouTube, people have a. The minute you say the minute you start using anecdotes or personal experience, you kind of lose the plot. Okay, people on YouTube, and funny enough, I don't know if Imperius is still in the audience, but Imperius said something a while ago that really caught my attention, and I think he's right. People we don't teach our kids to think conceptually. Everything has to be brought down to the lowest common denominator for people to kind of understand. These kids aren't being taught to think at a high conceptual level.
I mean, I think that might be. I won't argue that, but I think us adults understand concepts. I think we get.
No, I don't think most adults. The adults that I run into on YouTube, no, they do not know how to think conceptually. They always want to go, well, not me. I've never seen that before. No, that's not thinking conceptually.
Okay, because when I think conceptually about what do Black people complain about, I don't know what it is. I'm being honest with you.
Well, you and me both. I can't think for a whole group of people. You really can't. The only way to have an idea is maybe like polls or some sort of data set. You can't think for 45 million people.
Yeah, so when Brave says that, I literally was seriously asking because I didn't know what he was referring to.
Well, I mean, I don't think, the funny thing is the only reason I'm even, Be Brave put my name in a show title and people were like, oh, he's talking about you. Mm-hmm. I don't take Be Brave seriously anymore. I ran into Be Brave and started trolling him from the chat a couple weeks ago on Latino's show. I don't go up on panels with Be Brave. That back and forth we used to have on panels.
But it doesn't sound like he was talking about you. It just sounds like he's saying that there's certain philosophies that you support that are harmful to Black people and to also America. It's kind of what I heard.
Okay, can you let me turn up your volume because you're kind of going in and out.
Oh, I don't know. Sorry.
So say that again.
Like, I don't think he was like talking about you as a person. I just think he was just.
No, he was literally talking about me. My name is in the title.
I think he was just trying to say that there are philosophies that you support that are
harmful. He literally was talking about me and what I said about racism being a white people problem. He literally was talking about me.
Got it. I mean, I could agree with that, but I think the issue is I don't even think it's so much Black people. I think the white liberals are more of a problem to America.
No, I don't. I talked about that last night. That's not an argument I even entertain. As a matter of fact, I had that argument with American Man last night. And when I say argument, I mean like as in intellectual discussion. No, I don't think you can get away with blaming a portion of the white demographic and let the other half off. It is a collective problem. And even when I say collective problem, I mean from 1776 to today. If you go and you look at the governing structures, Congress, Supreme Court, White House, it's been like 98% white and male elite. Okay, so I'm talking about a whole class of people, not individuals necessarily in 2026.
I think the things that Black people were marching for or once upon a time marched for, the white liberals are taking it. They're just taking the ball and they're running with it.
I thoroughly disagree with that. I think it's irrelevant.
And they're the ones causing disruptions. They're the ones sitting in front of big bridges and tunnels, blocking off the roads.
It is literally irrelevant to my point.
Stanley?
I'm not even talking about white liberals or conservatives. I'm talking about elites which span the political spectrum.
I mean, they're elites. So, okay, yes.
Okay, I don't separate. I understand it is in your conservative nature to want to separate, the left elites from the right
They're the
elites?
ones. They're the ones with the no
Okay,
kings. They're the
well,
ones with the vaginas
you
on
and
their
I
heads.
you and
They're the
I
ones
disagree on that.
trying to indoctrinate
I
people
think
about genders.
elites.
It's them.
I
It's the
think
white liberals.
elites are elites.
I think you're underestimating how much power white liberals
I'm
have and
not
how dangerous
underestimating it.
they are.
I'm sorry, keep thinking I'm underestimating it. Elite is elite. We'll just have to disagree on that because I don't buy
Brian
your
says the left controls
I
the
don't even
narrative and
buy
Stanley
a
thinks it's
little
all
bit
white
of your
people.
argument.
I don't
This
think it's all white
idea,
people.
let me tell
Not
you
an
what I
idea, it's a
think.
fact, Stanley. Have you been paying attention?
No, it's not facts, Kim. You literally can't prove your argument.
Stanley, just turn on the TV.
Okay, no, I don't get
why don't you try going to
Kim,
the DMV?
I do
Where you
not
probably can't
get
even get
my
from
facts.
DC to
I
Maryland or
do
Virginia
not
because
get
they're going to
my
block the
facts
roads.
from TV.
Stanley, I just think you don't want
I
to.
literally do not get facts from TV or YouTube videos. You lost me when you say all I need to do is turn on the TV. You
Chris said
totally
Stanley
lost.
is a white liberal. He knows.
You know what? All I have to say is elites are elites.
And I'd expect that response from you, so I'm not even going to argue with you. But we all know the truth. The chat knows the
That's
truth.
why, because you're
The white
not going to
liberals are a
win.
problem. They have a lot of power. They have a lot of money. And they're not shutting up.
Hey, so do you know how
And they're
silly
fighting
you
the black
sound?
people's fight.
Listen,
they don't even want us
what
to join
white
the fight.
elite,
They don't even want us to be a part of the fight. They say it all the time.
what
If a black
white
person joins, they're going to
elite?
get harassed or killed. Let us
Yeah,
do the
when
fighting
you
for
get
you.
done with your Gish Gallop, let me know so I can respond.
Go ahead, Stanley.
What white elite is controlling the White House right now?
George Soros.
Yeah, okay. I'll go ahead and just not even respond to that.
You asked.
You're right, I did. And maybe I asked the wrong person.
No, you asked. You just don't like the answer you got. But you asked.
I have to admit, I don't like the answer because I think that answer is knee-jerked and not well thought out.
It's a fact.
I don't think it's a fact.
Look at the World Economic Forum.
I don't need to look at the world economics. I happen to know George Soros. Is he still alive? What are y'all gonna do when George Soros dies? Who are you gonna blame?
He's not
then?
dead. Let me pull a Stanley argument, but he's not dead.
Jewel, she's so wrong that you even respond she's right. That is shameless. So anyway, the whole point is that be brave at this stage.
I don't agree with CKJ3. I'm sorry. As soon as people bring up liberals, it proves they didn't listen to what Stanley just said. It doesn't matter what Stanley just said. Stanley's not always right.
No, I'm not always right, but I usually am, at least on these sorts of matters. And I always look forward to someone actually coming up and proving me wrong, and it doesn't happen that often.
You're really just not open to another perspective, and you don't want to hear anything.
No, let me tell you what I'm not open
to.
to.
White or not.
And it's so funny. It's so funny that a conservative like you wants open minds. There are some things that you just don't debate. Okay, some things are so far-fetched, so just outright silly. Giving it serious thought is just like you can't do that and be taken seriously. Like be brave saying that inner city crime is ruining America. It's such a stupid point. Why would anybody of sound mind debate that?
I don't know why you have to throw that in there.
Oh, because he's up on the screen? That's why.
Yeah, but I just don't like And that's the problem with racism and prejudice in general. It's just always such a one size fits all thing, and it's not all the time. Like I personally
Well,
didn't
wait,
know what
hold
the
it.
hell Rick
Whoa,
was
whoa.
talking about.
Say that again.
It's just too much of a generalization.
Okay, what's too much of a generalization?
Racism and prejudice.
Okay, how is that? Okay, number one, all racism. Well, racism and prejudice aren't the same things. They're not
You
even.
know, that's why I said two different words.
Okay, what I need you to do is let me finish speaking.
Okay.
Prejudice, racism is systemic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so comparing a system to something, a bias or something like that, it really doesn't make sense. And what I say is all racists are prejudiced, but not all prejudices are racist. So prejudice and racism, in my mind, I don't even know why you would make a comparison because they're
The
not.
only comparison they made is that they're generalizations.
What I need to do is finish what I'm saying. The two, it's like apples and oranges. Okay. And racism in the United States, it is both general and specific. When I see Be Brave basically saying black people are being supported by people like him, that's very specific. It's very specific.
But it's also
So
generalization. Does Brave support you?
Okay.
Does he support me? It's specific,
Kim,
but it's also
I'm
very
gonna be
general.
I'm gonna be very blunt here. I don't
Go
think you
ahead.
have any I don't think you have any clue what you're talking about because
No.
you and I are not
You have no
you
clue
and
what I'm
I are
talking
not
about.
you and I are not even talking the same thing.
I think you change the subject. What I'm saying is when he makes
No,
comments like
I
the
think
black people are complaining or we've been
I
helping the
think
black people,
I think you have no
those
clue
are
what I'm
generalizations.
I think you have no clue what I'm
We can
talking
make it specific. Like when I said I'm not getting any help,
Okay, when
and what
Be
complaints is
Brave
he talking about?
says,
Because
when
I don't
Be
know.
Brave
That's
says
specific, but
that,
he's generalizing.
okay, ma'am, you're over talking.
So that's what I said. Racism and
You
prejudice
are literally
behaviors, or the
talking.
institution of racism and
Okay,
prejudice.
I hate to be mean to an executive producer, but I am going to say what I have to say without interruption. I'll let you
Me
know when I'm.
too. This is our show, Stanley.
No, actually, you won't. Bottom line is when Be Brave says black people have been carried by white people for 100 years, that is extremely specific. That's not a general statement. I don't know how, because race, oddly enough, racism is more than just black and white. So when
We
you narrow
understand
it
that.
down to, okay, I don't know why I can't finish what I'm
But
saying.
when racist
Okay,
black
I do
people,
not
that's a generalization.
understand. I do not
We can
understand
make it
why I have to.
specific by saying he doesn't
Okay,
support Stanley, he doesn't support Kim, but
okay.
it is he's generalized.
Once again, you're not getting my point. So I'm just going to let you ramble on, and once you run out of breath, I'll attempt to respond.
Stanley, I don't need to understand your point to make mine. That's all I'm saying.
Well, if this is a conversation, it literally would help to understand my point
And I
and
kind of feel
respond.
like you're low key defending Brave right now. I'm telling you
No,
what I think he's doing that's
I
wrong,
am not
and
even.
you're trying to
I
argue
am not.
against it.
I am not defending Brave right now. See, that's what I mean by you don't get what I'm saying.
Why are you saying something against what I'm saying?
If you literally think that I'm defending Be Brave, you're not getting my point.
Right, go ahead, Stanley.
I don't even remember where I was other than to say, Be Brave, when he talks race and racism, he's very specific.
And I don't think so. I think he's generalizing. We can make it specific to ourselves, but he's generalizing to a whole group of black people. How is that specific?
Okay, if you're talking black and white race relations, that's general.
I'm talking about what he specifically said. What he said that black
Okay,
people were complaining,
I don't
and
get a
we've been
warm
helping
and
black
fuzzy.
people
I don't
from the
get a
beginning of
warm
the
and
time or
fuzzy
whatever.
that you. Okay, why does it have to come down to interpersonal relationships? Okay, and this is exactly where Be Brave gets off the train. Okay, he wants to talk Stanley and Be Brave when I wasn't even my point about racism in American culture has nothing to do with Stanley and Be Brave per se.
That's fine, Stanley, but I'm talking about the words that came out of Brave's mouth, and that he's generalizing to a whole nation of black people, and that's the problem.
Yeah, okay, Kim. I give up. I don't seem to be making any headway. So let's go back to the video.
And welfare benefits and food stamps and all that, but on the side they're stacking their money to like bounce out of that situation because they are humiliated in that situation, and it most certainly isn't their first stop, and they don't wear it on their sleeve. They don't how but I will say I was rather here's one thing. I would say that John is living a pretty bougie life. He knows all the good wines, he knows all the good restaurants, and
Listen to this idiot. because John enjoys all the good wines. God damn, dude. It must have been a wonderful date. I am so glad that Master Kim had a good date with John Galt. Next time I run into Master Kim, I'm going to congratulate him.
you don't know that stuff unless you live that kind of life, right? So I will say that
tell me.
I was pretty
I,
impressed.
I'd be at a loss. I'd be literally.
I,
I'd be in city with John. I'm going, shit, John, you
Yeah.
go ahead. I don't know what the hell I'm after.
yeah.
Give me a glass of gun. When it says guzzle, right?
It-
I'd probably say, hey, guzzle.
Yeah, and then we went to go get some ice cream, which is next door to the steakhouse. It was called Van Leuven or something like that. And we went to the ice cream place, and I had to fight John to not pay because mine's a business expense, right? But he pulled out I'm not trying to embarrass him, but he pulled out. He must have had tenants pay him in cash. He pulled up a big chunk.
Yeah, of course he had a wad of cash. That's what people in the ghetto have. So let's skip ahead.
4 or 5. I'm not trying to put a target on him either. And he had a ton of cash, and I was like, "What the?" I was like, "Dog, this is like 2026, man. You walking around with that type of money?" But he had it like that, man. I guess that's his getting around town money. But
and another way, him and I are like, I couldn't imagine not having $200 or $300 in my wallet. If I get below $200 in my wallet, I feel like I said, I can't go out of the house with less than this.
Dude, having someone like Be Brave compare himself to me would literally make my skin crawl.
I don't even know why. I just never have been able to.
yeah, absolutely. And then
For no other reason, mostly, folks, it's not like I'm buying. But if I stop at the grocery store, I'm not looking at. I'm stopping at the grocery store and I decide I want this, I want that, and I want this. I can't imagine, not having that. And I'm sure as hell, I've never had a charge card in my life. So I mean, it's just that's where we're alike. I just couldn't even imagine. Cash is just it's a way to move around just completely still in very private manner. The charge cards, all of that stuff, just it spooks me. That's why I've never.
So what the fuck is Be Brave talking about? Cash is a way to move around privately? Oh wow. These guys are just like, I want to say dinosaurs, but I'm like, oh boy.
So Be Brave. Could I mention a beta comment? And if you kick me off the stream, I get it.
I'm sorry to tell you this, ma'am, but there are records, unless you're doing like under the table stuff. I'm assuming these are legal transactions, Sin. Now, if you're talking illegal transactions, then I guess maybe Be Brave and John are the same. I think Be Brave is talking nonsense, and this is why I don't bother going up on panels. I have no need to talk to Be Brave. This dude is out of his fucking gourd.
Because it's
Yeah,
it's
well,
not a
just
very flattering comment, but it's a true comment.
well, no,
Okay,
it's okay. Yeah.
so I keep, let's say, just like you, 300 to 400, but I got kids and they're always hitting me up, and but thank God for Cash App, you know.
Uh,
So also keep in mind when people rob you, or if they do rob you, you got to give them some blood. If you don't give them blood, it may cost you your life, right? If you got nothing plus nothing, you're going to be hurt, right? I go
yeah.
into some bad areas because I sell chemicals for a living, right? I've got a corporate job and I'm their international director, which means that not only do I do domestic, I also do Guatemala, Monterrey, all that in the Mexico.
Oh, you broke up, Master Kim.
Best watch, but I've got a nice watch.
Master Kim,
Yeah,
repeat
so
yourself. You went out.
we're gonna sit here listening to Master Kim about his corporate job and his nice watch. Jesus Christ, man. Bunch of sleazeballs.
They're going to kill you, you know, because they
Where,
know you
where's
got something
where's
that
this
you
at?
cannot give them. A lot of Indians, Hindu Indians households, the ones that are kind of prominent, not the scrubby ones that are working at Burger King third shift, not those. The prominent middle class Indians are a target for home invasions.
Jeez.
And people don't talk
What,
about that.
hold on, home
Asians are
invasions
too.
here or home invasions in India?
Home invasions here in the U.S. Asians too, because Asians collect a lot of cash, not gold, but they collect a lot of cash.
So
People don't
the
mention that.
people are catching on to it, huh? Or maybe they
Yeah,
have.
people are catching on. Well, the Indians know that they have.
Yeah. And let's be racist about the Asians. You know what? As a matter of fact, let's just skip ahead. I'm tired of hearing this this fucking slick back haired Asian.
It's just the first run. I wanted to see what was going on.
I'm sorry, what, Kimmy?
They said tomorrow's gonna be raining, which is pissing me off. I had a feeling tomorrow was gonna rain when I got there.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, we can say it.
Is it?
It's like, we gotta chill this.
You got a lot of background noise.
They have this. Okay.
Well, she must be in a store or something.
Let's see here. Let's do this. There's that. I just wanted to see what was going on and seeing if I could actually do it without goofing it up. So if anybody wants to come up, I'll just ask for the link. I should have went over and pinned it. Hey, regular degular. Get a point of view. Get up here. Would you got something on your crawl? I'll let you. You can start it and get something off your chest, man. Anything. Something's up. Because I tell you what, it's going to piss me off, and I said this on my last stream. Now, I've got a stream here. I'm back for the most part. None of these blacks will come up here when I'm up here alone. If I'm not on a panel.
Yes, none of these blacks are going to come up to a panel with a racist. Thanks for noticing, Be Brave.
A lot of these blacks, and this is not his ghetto point of view I'm speaking about here. Trust me. Ghetto point of view ain't chicken shit at nobody. But a lot of these blacks run in their goddamn mouths. Like anybody even heard from you would never see a Linwood over here. You'd never see a Sir over here. They show up in the chat. Linwood does it. You got to give him, consistency. But Sir will show up. There's other General Dave, he won't show up. I'm saying these people with their big mouths, as if somebody's on a panel, it's real easy to have a big mouth when there's a panel. Now here I'm up here. Come on up by yourself. Me and you, very gentlemanly, time discussion. Nobody's over talking. Nobody's doing anything, and I will always throw that out because it's just a matter of it's not my channel, regular Degler. It's John. I'm back. I'm on John's channel.
Yeah, it's John's channel. I'm just colonizing it.
You know, and I told him, I said, if the number of streams that I do that are, whatever, I told him, I said, feel free to delete them. I ain't worried about keeping streams up, but yeah, no, I can. I'll be up here, running my ideas, man. I mean, I'm retired and I do a lot of bike riding. I take care of business.
This motherfucker running his ideas. Wow.
Business and so but yet I'm in here a lot. So yeah, no, Mo business. I don't think I've seen you over here, but yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I'm back on John Golf's channel, and I'm throwing out the.
Okay, Kim, I'm not sure why you can't hear anything. You may need to go out and come back in. Chat, can you hear the video and me? Oh, by the way, hey, Jewel, let's see, who else came in? King of something or another. Oh, King Problem. Blacks are useless. Now that's an interesting comment. Okay. Kim, you may need to go out and come back in.
Same thing. There's just a lot of blacks that, when I'm on a panel, they talk real big, but I'll be goddamn if one-on-one they'll come over here and have a discussion about things. So it really pisses me off. You've seen Taz. Taz would never come over here. I went to his channel.
What the fuck is up with Be Brave saying blacks never come up? It could very well be that, some of these people have known you for quite some time, Be Brave. Like, I don't come up. Oh, wow. You look great, Kim.
I didn't realize my camera was on.
Oh, that's all right. I enjoyed it.
Thank God I was dressed.
For the few seconds that it lasted, I enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Be Brave shouldn't be surprised that people don't want to come up and talk to him. I mean, he's a little bit toxic, and there's certain black people who don't like going back and forth with racists, and he is openly racist, and his ideas are just like boutique. I guess is the word I usually use.
But I think he's pretty easy to talk to. I mean, I've spoken to him, and he's not disrespectful. I would say that. Not blatantly disrespectful. He's not like, oh, shut the fuck up. He's not that person. And I think he's fairly easy to talk to. You just have to get past what you're hearing. But he's fairly easy.
Okay, well, the thing is that easy to talk to is nice. But, if I choose not to talk to a racist, whether he's nice to talk to or not, it gets old. So, easy to talk to, it really isn't why I don't go up there to talk to him. It's because he hasn't evolved and he's a racist.
Okay. I mean, but maybe that's why these conversations should happen. Maybe we could give him a different perspective. Maybe he'll learn something.
I understand. And you're one of these conservatives who, hey, everybody should talk and have dialogue and maybe we'll find common ground. I'm not one of those people. I am old, Kim, if you didn't know this. I'm on the back 9 of my life, and I don't have time to waste talking to brick walls. And Be Brave is a brick wall. If I happen to run into him on a panel, great. But I'm not gonna go up and have substantive conversations. I did that for 2 years and just grew tired of it. And listening to him today, he hasn't changed any of his ideas. It's the same old Be Brave from 2 years ago. I'm not going to discover anything new or interesting. So why talk to him?
I hear you, but I mean, John talks to him all the time, and he thinks very highly of John. I don't think he classifies John in the group of black people that he refers to.
Yeah, he doesn't classify John because John is probably more racist than Be Brave. I literally think that the reason Be Brave admires John is so fucking anti-black racist that Be Brave wants to be more like John.
But if Be Brave was a true racist, it doesn't matter what John is. He's just going to
Okay,
say
yeah, okay.
N-word.
I don't know
A
what
spook.
you
He's just going to
I
see a
don't know
spook.
what you consider. I don't know
He's
what
just going
you
to see a
consider.
spook. He's not going to, but he considers John for the person he is, that he's known him to be, or got to know him.
Okay, what do you consider to be a true racist?
I mean, I think someone who's truly racist, like even if he liked John or things about John, the fact that John looks like a spook is not gonna. He's always gonna be that person in his mind.
Okay, I need you to answer the question. Okay, I'm not talking about John's phenotype or being nice to black. I mean, masses when
Truly a racist.
okay, I do not know why you have to overtalk me when I'm asking a question.
And I'm answering your question. I don't need you to go on and on.
Okay, well, I don't think you did.
You're going on and on with the question.
Okay, you seem to have this weird notion of what a true racist is. Being a racist it's almost nothing to do with looks. Okay, masses. Okay, let me finish my statement, please. Some of the cruelest masses had their favorite slaves. Okay, so being nice to John because he looks like a quote spook, that's not what I'm talking about. The question is, what do you consider a true racist?
What I'm saying in terms of true racism, if a person believes that,
I'm not talking about racism. I'm talking about racist. They're two different.
To answer your question, if Brave was truly a racist, he wouldn't see John in any equivalent of a level that he's on. John will always be inferior to him. I don't think he views John.
Okay, what makes you think that he doesn't think that?
I don't believe that he thinks that. He speaks very highly of him.
Okay, well, so you don't believe it. Okay, that's good enough for me. You don't believe it. Well, let me tell you what. Let me tell you what my belief is. My belief is that Be Brave thinks he's superior to John.
Are you
so
there,
my belief obviously is not your belief.
Well, I think that,
hold on. Let me address this.
The white man is at the top of the food chain. He's superior to everybody.
Okay, I have no clue what that even means. I have no clue what it means, and I have no clue how it's relevant to my point. Moxie, I understand that you agree with Kimmy, so I don't think you have an idea of what a racist is either. And just for people, you can literally go. There are whole books. Okay, ma'am, let me finish what I'm saying, please. There are whole books written on this topic. I've recommended the book many a time, written by Barbara and Susan. I can't remember her sister's name. The Field Sisters. One's a historian, one's a sociologist. It's called Racecraft. It gets into detail about race, racist, racism. It is literally considered like a textbook that they teach, talking about, racism in America. Most people don't even understand what a racist is, and they don't understand what racism is. And I'd literally say, like, maybe one person believe it or not, Imperious is probably the only person I've talked to on YouTube that actually understands the concept. So finish up your praise of Be Brave. We'll
I'm
get
not
back to the
praising him.
video.
I'm just saying. I'm not praising him. I'm just saying. I don't think he views John as an inferior person to him. I just don't.
You and I disagree on that.
I don't think he views Master Kim as being inferior to him. I don't think that. And a true racist.
You and I disagree on that.
Okay.
For a specific reason, that being that Taz is showing white crime, and I'm going, and I told him, I said, thank you. I said, thank you, Taz. I want to commend you, because this proves my point. Because the violent crime that whites do are in homes. They're against people they know. And all of his crimes. Who's this? We got his Ghetto point. Hey, Ghetto. Is that you, Ghetto? Can you show yourself right quick, old buddy? I know it's you, I bet. You've been in the chat. What the hell? Has to be.
Now this should be interesting. His Ghetto point of view. This ought to be good.
There he is. Okay. Got it. Hey, Ghetto, what's on your mind, young man?
What's going on, sir? How you doing?
Oh, nothing much. Just got John put me back on the air.
That was a wise decision. Salute to the urban landlord.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But yeah, I don't know if you've been keeping up with the YouTubian streets this week, but I got into a big to-do with Sharon Bracey, Sharon, as some of his friends affectionately call him.
Doesn't surprise me.
And by the way, I happened to catch some of that exchange between Sharon and Ghetto.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been keeping up with what's been going on in the mean streets of New York City, good sir. I know you have a lot of news around the globe and around the nation you got to cover. But essentially, there was a story that went nationwide because a woman who was recently awarded a large job with the NYPD by her soror friend, who is the mayor of a suburb area above New York City known as Westchester. The woman who she gave the job to and was now a part of the NYPD thought it was a good idea to help her son execute a drive-by shooting in front of the Bronx courthouse.
Okay, give us the rundown of who this was and the positions they were in again.
Yeah, hold up. Let me pull it up for you, Brave, so I can give you the exact information. Give me 2 seconds. But yeah, this was absolutely crazy.
Before he gets into it, those of you who watch Latino for Trump's channel, Latino has actually done a couple segments on this story. And my response is, while it is kind of like a, something that you would think would, could be the plot of a Hollywood movie, it is pretty spectacular. I love how Latino and who knows what John Galt has done. They literally, in Black YouTube in general, especially the parts that are fucking like really racist, they literally will take kind of a spectacular crime committed by a Black person, and they'll do a month of shows on it. Now, there's like a mass shooting at an Idaho In-N-Out burger that doesn't get mentioned on some of these shows, but this particular, Bonnie and Clyde mother and son thing, we'll hear about this for the next month. If a Black person does something spectacular, all of a sudden the Black community becomes responsible for the crime. And the funny part is, people like Ghetto Point of View, Be Brave, John Galt, there's really not that much daylight between their points of view. Now, the through line through this particular story is the misogyny. You know, a black woman does something, it just becomes like something that the racists like Be Brave can agree with the misogynists. You know, it's something, it's one of those conversations they can sit down and they can all, you know, agree on. And it's really just, it's fascinating to watch people obsess over shit. You know, what crime, like the demographics of the criminal basically determine how big a story is out here in these YouTube streets. And I find it disgusting personally, but you know, it is what it is.
Crazy. And so we got into it because, you know, I don't know if you know Sharon's whole shtick, but he's very,
his whole shtick is Whitey's bullshit and poor Blackie.
that halfway.
Oh yeah, what's the other half? What half am I missing?
Black women are completely absolved of any wrongdoing in the community.
Oh my Lord! You gotta be. Is he really?
Yes, sir. That's his thing.
Oh my
The
God.
black woman is queen of the universe. And
the culture right now, and he's saying they're little innocent flowers.
That's his thing. If you ever look at his audience, it's all sisters who have a gripe with brothers, with the black man. And yeah, like, so no matter what they do, they are never wrong. And so, you know, me and him got into it about that. And I'm like, this woman was literally a representative of the NYPD, and she decided to help her son do a drive-by in front of the Bronx courthouse.
Let me help Chris out just to make his job a little easier. Chris M says, Stanley, just start naming the people you think aren't racist. It would be easier. Everyone just assumes you will eventually call everyone a racist. Well, that's a great segue into a point I was hoping would come up. I think it's almost impossible to grow up in American culture and not be a racist. I've said this many times before. The culture is by default racist. You know, if you have a choice between off and on, racist or not racist, the American default setting is racist. So you actually have to work at not being a racist, and it's almost a daily job. I would say most people that I run into on YouTube, and maybe it's too big a blanket, so I'm gonna just say I'm sure if I sat and thought about it, there'd be some exceptions, but I can pretty much confidently say almost everyone I run into on YouTube has some sort of racial bias, if not outright racist bias, to one degree or another. One of the more popular sayings on YouTube is everybody's racist. It's okay to be racist. It's a human trait to be racist. That in and of itself should really be the answer to your question, Chris. I would have to sit down and think about someone that has never given me the idea that they're racist. And that would include me. You know, I actually have to work at, you know, not thinking that every old white hillbilly that I meet is like Be Brave. The only reason I don't think that is I've actually lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains with hillbillies, and I know that not every old white man that looks like Be Brave or favors Be Brave is racist. I just know that from personal experience. But yep, I'd pretty much say I can't think of anybody off the top of my head in these YouTube streets that I run into day in and day out that isn't in some way, shape, or form. So that is your answer. Hardly anybody I meet on YouTube I couldn't call racist. There is one person that I'm thinking of, and it is a female, and that I've never heard say anything remotely racist. But I haven't known her that long. But so far, she's the only one that comes top of mind.
Right after he came out the Bronx courthouse from a gun appearance that he was already for a previous crime. So hold on, let me get this actual information for you.
You're talking about the executive police commissioner, right? The girl that threw away her retirement, her pension, and everything for her kid.
Yes. There you go. Oh, I'm good to see you, sir. How you doing? How's the law thing coming?
It's going. It's like a bomb went off since Trump entered office, so I can't complain. I've been really, really busy these past couple of months.
That's good.
Let me help No Chaser out with another ridiculous idea. Okay, No Chaser says the blacks' idea of racism is they have been enslaved for over 300 years, therefore they cannot be racist, which is false in my opinion. I have no idea what that paragraph means, but I'm gonna attempt to make sense of it. Again, racism is a system. Racist is more or less an adjective. Racism is systemic. Okay. Racist can be brought down to the personal level. So black people can certainly be racist. Now, whether blacks contribute to racism, I would have to say no, but probably somebody could argue the point, but it would have to be someone who knows this stuff better than me. Blacks don't have political or economic power to the extent that they reinforce racism. Racism is systemic. It's built into things like the courts or the laws. Blacks have never really had that kind of political power. Now, as far as individual racist, I run into blacks who are racist daily on YouTube. Some are racist against blacks. Some are racist against whites. Questions to Ponder is racist against Hispanics. I don't know if you've ever heard her get going on how Hispanics are ruining the country. Racist and racism related, but not necessarily the same thing. Blacks can certainly be racist, contributing towards like a system of racism. You'd have to convince me.
Man, that's good. Happy to hear it. But yeah, so I just pulled it up. According to ABC 7, I'll be real brief. Ex-Mount Vernon official Jennifer Lackard arraigned in Bronx shooting case. So the son of former Mount Vernon town official was arraigned on Wednesday for his role in a gang-related shooting. His mother, Jennifer Lackard, the former deputy commissioner of public safety for the NYPD, was arraigned on Tuesday night on charges including attempted murder, conspiracy, and criminal weapon possession. She is accused of acting as the getaway driver.
Oh, now this is an interesting comment. No Chaser says they have that so-called political power in the hood politics, which is a system built by blacks, racist against the white man. I think that's the most ridiculous shit I've read in my chat in a while. The fuck is hood politics? I will remind you, No Chaser, most black people don't live in the hood in the United States. So whatever goes on in the hood, I've never lived there. I have no clue what's going on in the hood. Maybe you do, but I don't think I agree with whatever the fuck hood politics is.
For her son after police say he opened fire outside a courthouse in the Bronx in June. Chase Lackard, 20, appeared in court in Bronx criminal court on Wednesday, where he pleaded not guilty. The same court he had just appeared in on a previous charge before he tried to do this assassination attempt. to his ops, as we like to call him in the streets, Be Brave. His ops had popped up, and he said, I had to get the shooting at my ops, Be Brave. And his mama was all too willing to help him, his NYPD mother. He is charged with attempted murder for allegedly firing shots at a group of people on June 29th. People in front of a courthouse, Brave, not caring who I hit, Brave. I don't care who I hit, Brave, and my mama NYPD, Brave.
That's why it slays me that there's so many unsolved murders. That's why these people are bold enough to do this. That's how many unsolved murders there are in these large cities, folks. Yes. Now you got a police woman, high-ranking official, crazy enough to help her son because she's thinking they don't catch anybody anyway.
But in front of the courthouse,
in front of the courthouse, Brave, they circled around the courthouse.
Now listen to this dumb son of a bitch. Here is Be Brave living in Podunkville, Indiana or somewhere, talking about what some black woman in Westchester County is thinking. Now, if that is not the height of a white supremacist who thinks he is smarter than all the blacks, how the fuck would a resident of Podunkville have any idea what some police official in Westchester County, New York is thinking? Well, I'll tell you why. Because he's a white man. Dude is a fucking moron.
4 times. The cameras caught them on circling the courthouse 4 times, Brave, in a vehicle before he started firing at the people.
Hey, Arwella, good, welcome here. Yeah, so what went? How did anybody like ask him any? No, they couldn't have. I was thinking, what the hell would they possibly? Who would it? Somebody asking them what they were thinking.
Brave, it gets deeper because they actually got the text messages from between him, his mom, and his dad, and they confirmed that they were setting it up. They were like, where are we going to meet at? What time? You can't just stand in front of the courthouse. Where do you want me to come get?
Damn, this chat is piling up with interesting comments. So of Aaron C says, Brave and I, of course, you're going to include yourself with your grandpappy Brave. Brave and I are as humble as it gets. We tell you up front that we're white trash. Have you ever heard of a humble brag? Or have you ever heard of self-deprecation? Dude, you don't fool me with that fucking mudsill braggadocio of Aaron C. Y'all motherfuckers think you are the smartest thing since white bread. You don't fool me, son.
But his ghetto point of view, this is where it gets dumber. You know how they got those messages, right?
No, please tell me.
She was stupid enough to text from her work phone. You idiot.
Oh, God.
What could possibly go wrong, man?
So she was doing this on government property.
Yes.
Oh, this is great. This is great. Yo, Brave.
No work needed, ladies and gentlemen.
So, Brave, what the hell did Sharon say? He didn't try to give her a pass.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He said, "Oh, I can't tell you what's going on in the minds of women in our community. So how am I supposed to know why she would do that?" I said, "Are you serious?" I said, Sharon, if this was a man, you would say he was a monster. I would say, yes, I would, because I am a man and I know what men are thinking.
Yeah, that's why I say it's men are emasculated, and it's a very real problem in this country. It's a very real problem. And
I think that's past emasculation, Brave. I think he's essentially a eunuch at this point. I think he's a eunuch.
That also boils down to blacks won't criticize other blacks. I think. Now, I tell you what, though, probably Sharon would be consistent in saying if that was a white woman, you think he'd have still said the same thing?
I think he defends women. I think it leans more towards black women because that's his audience, but I think he just defends women.
Jesus Christ. It's amazing.
So yeah, I think in the case with the young lady who's on trial for killing her 3 kids, I think he would say that was fine too.
Oh, so he's the ultimate simp, basically.
His name is Sharon, man. What do you want?
Okay. Like I said, this chat is full of interesting comments. So Jules says, CKJ3, you implied that I saw all black people the same way, which is something a racist would do. I've always thought you were cool. Let's just be cool. Once again, someone who actually has no clue what race and racist and racism means. Okay, let me just give a rudimentary example. Back in the day, down on the plantation, there was a division of how slaves were organized. So the idea that a racist sees black people all the same, that's literally, provably, historically inept. I don't know. Where the fuck do people get that they actually understand what they're talking about?
Never mind. Never mind.
So that's what's been grinding my gears lately. Be brave. I feel like how are we gonna fix the black community only holding one half of it accountable?
Yeah. Not only that, how are you going to fix it when the media sits there and is Jerome Bracey on steroids in that all the apologies the media makes? There's nothing that anybody can say about them. It's always because of poverty or some this, or it's because of that, or it's just and the reason black folks that want to say something get no media play at all.
But that
CJ, I guess I am. But let me just say this though. It just so happens this weekend, I've felt better than I've felt in a couple weekends. So even though I still have a little bit of a lingering cough, but I'll deal with that at some point. But it just so happens that the stars have aligned on topics that I like talking about. And funny enough, the older I've gotten, like I didn't really major in social science or anything like that. It just so happens that, once my son was born, I've always been a history buff, but when I was younger, I read almost nothing but literature. I read history, but it was occasionally. Funny thing was, I think it's a function of age, because I've heard this before, is people get older, they tend to become more interested in things like historical biographies and history. And, you kind of start wondering, especially once you've had kids, well, how did this all come to be? And, once my son was born, I switched almost 180 degrees where I read almost nothing but history and historical biographies. And, I had a good base because my mother was into stuff like that. So, I had some of the basics down. But, since I've been, say, 41, and I'm 61 now, that's like 20 years of autodidactism, when it comes to things like race, culture, that sort of thing. So it just so happened that yesterday and today and Friday night, I guess, kind of align right around some American culture kind of topics. And I think that most people on YouTube are particularly bad on topics of race and American culture and history and all that. So, the right whipping posts have drifted into onto my target range, and Be Brave being one of my favorites. I love whipping up on Be Brave because he's such a fucking like a patsy for white supremacy. It's like be brave. Be brave is a fucking clay pigeon. Dude thinks he knows all kinds of shit. And I love just taunting him. Like the other day on Latino, he was on Latino's panel, and I was just trolling the shit out of him from the chat. And B Brave was getting all in his feelings about me not coming up and going back and forth on the panel. And he knew, and I knew what it was. It's literally me disrespecting his intelligence. Like, why the fuck would I go up and have some sort of conversation with Be Brave when I don't think he's that bright? It was intentional disrespect, and I think he got it, and I hope he continues to get it. I have no reason to get into some sort of like intellectual discussion with the likes of Be Brave. He's not up to it. And make sure, I'm sure some snitch in the chat will go back and tell him this. Please make sure, all I ask is that you get the quotes right, so Be Brave this time around gets exactly what I'm saying and what the meaning is.
That's what makes this situation so stark, Be Brave, because they reported this woman's annual salary was something around 125 grand a year.
No, more than that, 180,000.
So this is not an impoverished woman. This is a woman who was a soror, whose best friend, well, not best friend. I'm conjecturing at that point, whose friend and co-church churchmate, I don't know what you call people you go to church with, but they went to the same church together, her and her soror, and that's how she got the job, because her and her sorority sister were cool at the church. So she puts her down with this job, and the sparks start to fly.
Yeah, Latino. I think Sharon is married to a white woman.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
The thing is, and it's good to see you, by the way.
Oh, here we go. This is another kind of funny topic. So I put out a short I think it was last week, about, black men, because, I did it, Sharon's done it, other people have done it. I personally don't think marrying outside of your race negates your black experience, especially if you grew up, like I did, surrounded by black people. And I literally grew up surrounded by black people who weren't in the hood. So, my experience, say through high school, who you marry doesn't really negate or alter or anything like that, the experience you had growing up. So once again, people on YouTube just fucking talking shit and not really understanding their own ideas.
Wait, real quick, I don't mean to interrupt this conversation. Be Brave. I remember watching your show 1 minute. I was on the panel one minute. The next day, your show gone. I'm like, what the heck?
That's why we're going to be real careful over here.
Oh, there's no such thing as hate speech. It's just people that don't want to hear what they want.
Well, I call it truth speech, but we know what they're getting at. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But in either case, the problem is a lot of black people, specifically black people.
And to be clear, folks, it wasn't about race. It was about the do funnies that I was talking about, and I used the wrong terminology. So they're
you even go to Rumble, Be Brave. Get a Rumble channel, buddy.
Hey, Petty Pendergrass, Nightbot doesn't like more than like 3 emojis in a row. So one of these days I'll go back in and adjust it. But if you're using more than like 3 of the same emoji, it doesn't like that.
Than the black.
Oh yeah, Brave, you would do really good on Rumble.
Get a Rumble channel, sir. But the thing is a lot of people, a lot of black women see, and it's on the media a lot. You guys would agree that every time something happens that
look at Chris M here. Dude, you got low standards. So an international businessman, is that what you think Master Kim is? Dude, you don't listen to these people, do you, like I do? And let's see, what's the other one? An immigration lawyer has is Juan practicing law now? Last I heard, he was still trying to pass the bar.
They're in the wrong. It turns into a race. They're good at turning it into a race issue. So you.
Oh, Juan, you're muffled real bad.
Yeah, it broke up a little bit, sir.
Gotcha. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what I was saying is that they turn it into a race issue, and all of a sudden the accountability subject goes away. A good example would be that girl that basically body slammed, not body slammed, but clotheslined, what's her name, Sophia Cunningham. By the way, Sophie can get it. She's hot. The thing is they clotheslined her in a game last week. If I would have do that for you,
Oh, Juan, damn it. I'm telling you, buddy, you're being. I'm not hearing what you're saying. I'm hearing. I'm skipping words all over the place, Daddy-O.
Okay, let me go ahead and log out and log back in.
All righty, let's try that. Let me put this link up here in case somebody wants to come up here. But thanks for coming up, Ghetto, because I said that there's so many blacks that have so much to say to me when I'm on panels. And not being one of them, but a lot of these blacks, they just won't come up when it's one-on-one. It's like, come on, it's one-on-one, gentlemanly. I mean, all time. Hell, I'll give a black person that disagrees with me a 5-minute opener, But I just can't get blacks to come up here when I'm by myself. And boy, put me on a panel, and all of a sudden, man, there's 6 of them disagreeing with me. It's like, God damn it, come on.
Yeah, the tribalism is really bad with my community, Brave. I can't lie to you. And a lot of my community, Brave, we suffer from that groupthink. So, somebody like yourself who is not afraid to have the conversation, to listen to people's perspective, whether you agree or disagree, and then come.
Let me tell you something, and I get where Ghetto's coming from. And maybe next time I run into him, I'll remind him of this conversation he's having with Brave. But I'm sorry. If you are into politics and culture in American history, there really is nothing new under the sun. Every now and again, you'll get, a new take or a new angle or something. But race in America, it really hasn't changed over these, these 400 years. The idea that somebody has a new angle on race and racism in America, that's laughable. And I, again, on the back 9 of my life, I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here and entertain conversations I've heard 100 times in the past. I am going to cut you off. I'm going to ask you if you have anything new to add. And if it's rude, it's rude. I don't really care. I will point you back to a conversation or an attempted conversation that Mooncakes had, was it yesterday or the day before? Okay. I told her up front that I'm not interested. I had a take on, the whole Housewives of Boyd episode of her show. I literally wasn't interested in her take on my take. I had my take. It's a hot take. I'm sure there are many who would disagree with my take, but I wasn't interested in her coming up and going back and forth over my take. It's a waste of time. And I'm not a person who suffer fools gladly. And I'm not a person who thinks all questions are good questions. And I'm not a person who believes in that let's have a civil discourse, especially if it's the same bullshit that I've been hearing for years. This is not that panel. The other thing is this is not a free speech platform. I'm not the government. If I don't want to hear what you have to say, I don't owe you the right of hearing it out. That's it. If I'm interested, I'll put up with a lot. If I'm not interested, I'm not gonna put up with anything. So take it or leave it, folks. Hit the link if you must.
Back unabashedly, bravely with your own, to borrow from your name, that could kind of scare people away from the conversation.
Well, not only in that end, but what I find even a little bit more disgusting is that they're hiding behind the panel, disrupting any flow. It's like, one-on-one, me and you, please show up, anybody. Let's try it again, Juan. How you doing? Testing 1, 2. How you doing, Juan?
Doing good. Can you hear me?
That's
yeah, you sound much better.
Okay, good.
Oh, wow, that's much better. Yeah. For how long, we don't know.
I was saying in the chat that YouTube Thought Police got me. They're like, you cannot say this, Pacheco. You cannot say what we think you're gonna say, sir.
Well, they I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's why I couldn't imagine.
Now, see, this particular comment is kind of creeping me out. So Chris says I should go teach at the local community college. Get out the house. You sound miserable. Chris, are you spying on me? How do you know I don't get out the house? You're scaring me, sir. You sound like a stalker. The fuck do you know what I do on a daily basis? What a fucking lunatic you sound like.
That's why over here I'm going to be very careful. Oh, just as insulting as I possibly can, because everybody says, "What's your solutions?" I say, I'm not out after solutions. I'm out after insults. I'm sick of you. I'm sick of these people. I'm sick of these Americans, that the Black Americans, and it's ridiculous what they're complaining about and saying. And it's not, and it's just a matter of I don't even deny white privilege. I don't care. So what, it exists. Too bad. Deal with it. You're here. You're in the land of plenty. My goodness sakes. Lord have mercy.
Well, here's the thing, Be Brave. The black people, the black population are starting to split up into what I call trifactions as well. You have the people that are going to play the racist trope all day long. You have some people that are in the middle, like they're on the, it's not my fault, I didn't get my 40 acres and a mule, but they're starting to come around. They're starting to read a little bit, and they're starting to come around. And then you have other people, well, like his ghetto point of view and myself. Wait a minute, my black card got revoked. Never mind. But I mean, the thing is,
see, this is like, I'm glad I'm not up on this panel, because I'd be mocking the shit out of Juan and Ghetto and Brave. They sound like three morons who need to crack open a book. What the fuck? What the fuck? Does he mean reparations when he says 40 acres and a mule? Juan literally sounds like a fucking white supremacist. The way he's dividing up the black community. Like you can only be in 3 camps if you're black in America. Dude, I don't know whether he's saying that just to be a pick me or whether he actually believes this, but it sounds pretty high school.
the thing is you're starting to see a fracture even within the black community.
It has to happen, and I don't think it's going to be enough because, like I said, the media, it's one thing to happen on YouTube, but what's happening is the media still props up everything that the delusionals speak. Everything the delusionals, the black Americans, the 70%ers, everything they say, the media still makes sure that's up front and center. Like mass shooting. They hang on to dear life that there's mass shootings done by whites over a 40-year period of time, 78 of them. So all mass shootings are white, and yet there's 285 mass shootings so far this year.
Yeah, listen to this moron. Be Brave cannot get over that they changed the definition of mass shooting to include some of these white multiple shooters or multiple victim shootings. Okay, it hurt Be Brave's feelings that now white people are part of that crime statistics. statistic, and he just hasn't gotten over it after these couple years. He whines about it fucking every goddamn show because the way it turns out, there are more white men shooting places up. I think I haven't actually looked at it in a while, but there are just as many white men as black men shooting it. One of the things that Be Brave says, and I'll give him a little bit of an ear on this argument, that some of these shootings, these drive-by type shootings, where there are innocent victims involved, he basically thinks that is what's ruining America, these mass shootings. But the problem with that is that we know where the high crime areas are in these big cities. They don't migrate around. Okay, they don't just spontaneously happen like out in Idaho or in Winder, Georgia, or at Sandy Hook. Okay, and I've said this several times before, racializing these crime statistics are why we don't get solutions to some of these problems. And chief among the people that racialize crime is Be Brave. Be Brave racializes crime probably more than Ock Nation and John Galt probably do it as much. But Be Brave is out and out racist. And people want to take up for him and call him a culturalist and all this bullshit. Nah, he's an old-fashioned racist. That's why I don't go up on panels with Be Brave. I did it for a couple years, and that shit is played out.
It means nothing because the media, when you Google it, all mass shooters are white. And it's just that kind of stuff that the blacks that are well-reasoned, they have nowhere to go. Because the blacks that are on automatic and just talking silly nonsense, there's no challenging them. So that's what the blacks that are well-reasoned are up against. I mean, I've always said, if I was a praying man, I'd pray for you because the media's hanging these trash blacks around your necks, man. And
yeah, the media's doing it, and so are you, bozo. Dude, you literally say that 70% of blacks are making excuses for 3% of blacks that are doing all the crime. What is that but hanging that 3% around the 70%? This is exactly what I mean. These guys argue from a position of racism or racist behaviors, racist notions, and emotion. And when you're not thinking critically, you don't have like an internal check against inconsistencies in your argument. Okay. If you actually listen to some of Be Brave's rhetoric, there are all kinds of internal inconsistencies. And this is one of the reasons I don't go up and talk to people like Be Brave. I don't go up and talk to people like Latino and Jewel. They have no clue what they're talking about most of the time. And they have no internal checks and balances. So, on one side of the equation, it's equaling another side of the equation. It's really disturbing sometimes. And I just, if I'm going to go up and I'm going to talk politics or I'm going to talk like culture or something like that, I don't do it a lot these days because most of the people on YouTube that I run across have no fucking clue. They just hear it, or it sounds good, it sounds pithy, and it makes people laugh. That is the only thing that validates some of these weird notions.
It all boils down to people passing judgment on you just because of the color of your skin.
It's a way of avoiding accountability, Be Brave. And what I was bringing up before the YouTube thought police turned off my mic was the Sophie Cunningham incident last week, where they were playing and this black chick clotheslined her. yes, I'm going to be biased. I think Sophie Cunningham is hot. She can get it all day long. But the thing is if it were you or myself, his ghetto point of view, and we did a clothesline like that, or if somebody clotheslined us, this wouldn't even be up for discussion. We would be thrown out. We would probably face a 5-game suspension, and we would be fined by the NBA.
100%.
Not so in this particular case. The girl, for starters, the refs had to re-review the.
So listen to this. Something that happens out on a basketball court suddenly becomes like a cautionary tale for the larger Black American culture. Talk about hyperbolic.
Play. Why? I have no idea. We saw what we saw. They throw her out, and then what does she type? White privilege. And basically the subject of accountability goes away, and now we're talking about, are they white privileged? Mind you, this girl that clotheslined Sophie Cunningham is the daughter of an 8-year NFL vet. This guy made it to the Super Bowl twice, made it to the Pro Bowl 4 times, and went to a nice private school in San Diego, California. What privilege? But
and you say she typed white privilege is why she got thrown out?
Yes, that's exactly what she did.
Oh. Had nothing to do with it. She did something pretty dangerous, huh?
Exactly. But the point that I'm making is the topic du jour went away. It wasn't about the flagrant level 2 foul that she committed. Mind you, again, if any of us men were to have committed that same act, we would be fined, and it wouldn't be up, and this topic wouldn't be open for discussion. It was, is the NBA full of white privilege? And so now the topic is gone. It's twisted on its head. And I would surmise, this is my theory, I think that women, especially Black women, use that all over the time in order to escape accountability, and it worked.
Well, I don't watch WNBA, but I guarantee you the whole thing with Caitlin Clark and these the white women over. How long have the white women been a big part of it now, as far as the media? 2 years now?
No, they've been involved since its inception. Rebecca Lobo was in the WNBA back in 99, 2000 after graduating.
Yeah, but no.
I think he talk about the media hype around like Caitlyn and Angel and stuff.
I'm noticing that means they're putting it way in the front because
Yeah, Mariah, oddly enough, I was talking a little bit ago about there's only one person I can think of in my whole, 4 or so years on YouTube. I don't think I've ever heard you say anything racial. You're about the only one, including myself, by the way. And Eric, I don't think Nightbot is being racist towards you. I think it just doesn't like you specifically. I have no idea what your race is.
I didn't, and now even I'm hearing of things in the WA. Hey, can you show yourself there, Tina?
Yeah, it's been about 2 years now, bro.
Yeah, that's not good. You got to show yourself, buddy.
Yeah, his ghetto point of view is right. It's been about 2 years, a year and a half, 2 years. You're right.
Yeah, because Caitlyn.
Hey, once again, Chris taken up for the king of the hillbillies. Now, Be Brave literally had my show up at the beginning of his show today, playing what I said. I bet you didn't make this kind of criticism towards him replaying my shit. And whose name did he have in the title? Chrissy. He had my name. So you can take that comment and shove it deeply up your rectum and do better next time.
He just got drafted.
Nobody sees you. Let me see your face, man. That's better. Who is that? Is that Latino? Latino, I see. Let me see here. I hope it is. I think it looked like Latino. Latino for Trump. Latino?
Yep, it's me.
Oh, okay, all right.
One and only. What up, B Brave? Black
hey.
Back. What up, gentlemen?
Latinos for Trump. What's going on, bro?
Okay, what's up, man?
I have a little input on this Sophie Cunningham person here. I believe it was one of the I can't remember, one of the district judges. He said that if she was to do that in Florida, that he would lock her ass up because that's literally assault.
Yeah,
Yeah, the circuit judge for Pinellas County.
Yeah, I mean, you know, come on, enough's enough. Damn, you can really, you know, you can screw somebody up with that shit.
Yeah, and I think when they didn't know, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, this woman the other time too, she went up, right, for a block and went down with her hand at an angle where, you know, it looks like your hand is diving, and she dove right into, I believe, the same person's eye. She tried to take her eye out, dude.
You know, I saw that, and I also saw that the fist to the neck. I don't think that was.
You know, I'm just moving on. These motherfuckers will just take anything and make it into something.
Performing them,
bro.
That's what I want to know. I'm saying I'm not as upset. I mean, of course, the woman is severely out of her mind.
Yeah.
But I'm asking, who's performing them?
You bring a valid point. You bring a valid point.
Yeah, let me move. See if we can't move past this fucking drivel.
And if they are, that should be a known public fact, a public service announcement from physicians. We have no choice, folks. They're making us do this. Help us would be my cry as a physician, because I wouldn't be a physician doing it, but I'd sure as hell talk about it, but they're not. So I don't think these physicians are forced. What was that? Go ahead.
I'm just saying that it's really disgusting behavior. You would think that, you know, you take.
Eric, I started reviewing the show from this morning, and John, I suppose, pulled the video down because they knew I was going to be shitting all over Brave and Galt. So they made the video unavailable. So what you need to do, if you want me to, if you want to see the part where Be Brave shits on me, and I review it and I shit back on Brave, you email your buddy John Galt and tell him to stop being scared and put the content back up so I can deal with it properly. Otherwise, what we're doing is we're looking at an alternative clip, because Be Brave is consistently horrible, illogical, and racist. So the only difference between this video and the video that Be Brave did this morning is my name was used a lot this morning, but he's just as horrible in any of these videos. He's consistent that way.
The Hippocratical oath, you know, to protect and you know, keep healthy people and shit. And how the hell is this helping anybody to have a 9-month abortion? Even when the baby is out, you just leave them.
Hey, Chris, let me give credit where credit is due. Like I said, I'm impressed at all the wonderful comments that are being dropped in the chat today. So, Chris, you're absolutely right. Chris says Stanley would never buck up to Brave or John in real life. He's a flabby slob. Well, I don't think I'm flabby. As a matter of fact, in the past couple weeks, I've lost weight because I was pretty sick. However, you're right. I would never buck up to John or Be Brave because I would never meet them in real life. I don't live in the ghetto like John Galt does. Never have. And I don't live in fucking Dog Patch, Arkansas like Be Brave does. So we would never meet like at a restaurant or something. One is ghetto, the other's a fucking hillbilly. And, you know, my lifestyle would not bring me in close proximity to either of those areas.
On the table, let him sit there and just, you know, rot. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, they, you know, and not only that, but, you know, they very carefully, they delete it themselves. So it's like, wait a minute, that because it's trying to survive outside of the womb, and they delete it. It's like, folks, We're not asking the right questions. Where are we getting these physicians that can do this shit? That's
Well,
what's
meanwhile,
all.
these same people are crying that we are at a population decline, and they're right. But I'm thinking,
Facts.
you could put two and two together. Gee, I wonder why we're at a population decline. Maybe if people would stop unaliving their kids, we would be fine.
Yeah,
The
well,
black population.
So listen to this idiot. Of course, he's going to bring up the black population. So, and I don't know, maybe he's right, but is he saying if we outlawed abortion, the population wouldn't be declining? Is that his premise? Wow. Where the fuck is he getting that logic from?
Should be well over.
Now, this is a motherfucker who's well educated spouting this bullshit. Like most women have abortions.
Well over 13% right now, but you have too many of them killing their kids. You have other women, specifically feminist women.
Be careful about the K word. Deleting.
I'm sorry, unaliving the kids. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Then maybe.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you folks this, but I've literally never heard a fetus called a kid. And again, let's not start talking fetus or child or any of that. I want to go back to the data. Where, and I could be wrong because I don't really keep up with this stuff, but it sounds like what Juan is saying is if there are enough abortions happening per year that we can blame that on population decline. I want to see those numbers. Most women don't get abortions, I don't think. Now, maybe somebody can educate me. Maybe Juan, if somebody gets this back to Juan, maybe he can prove those numbers out.
Maybe you wouldn't be in that situation. But not only that, but here's the other issue.
Shout out to Martin Luther King for that.
When the population collapses, let's say we won't be around. This will be toward the turn of the 21st, 22nd century. Our country will be ripe for invasion because there won't be anybody to defend us.
Mm-hmm.
And Palomino, with this low intellect, low impact, fucking lowbrow conversation, I don't even need data. Semantics are enough to swat down these fucking elementary school level arguments. I don't need data. I got semantics. That tells you a lot about the quality of the argument on this here panel that we're listening to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we're all losing. We're all the population is going down for everybody, and I don't know. The abortion issue is just something that I think it has to be legal myself, because what do you want to do? I mean, it's horrible, and I think as it's legal, the society can look back and go, well, yeah, it's legal. So, are we going to use this for emergencies? Or are we going to use it for birth control? And if a society uses it for birth control, as somebody was saying earlier, just a few minutes ago, if we use it for birth control, don't be surprised that as a civilization we crumble.
100%.
But I still think that has to be legal. I understand why you can't tell a woman you don't get to. If there's a means to arrest the process of pregnancy, that woman probably has to have that right to do it. Our question is, why are so many women crazy enough to do it?
Bro, it has a lot to do with a lot of indoctrination too, right? Like,
oh, of course, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said the women are so crazy enough to do it. How is it that we're making that many crazy women? Of course, indoctrination, all kinds of other things, like the women in tattoos. Where do these women come up with these tattoos of the last 10?
Now listen to this. Talk about moving a goalpost. How do we go from abortions to tattoos? How are they connected? Is Be Brave, and I have no clue. I'm just asking a question. So tattoos are connected to abortions. Only a lunatic, I suspect, would be able to connect those dots. But I'm willing to give Be Brave a try. Maybe the next time I run into Be Brave on a show, I'll go up and ask him to connect tattoos to abortions.
10 years.
Yeah, I never. Yeah, that's weird.
It's it's like they you know, I don't understand how in the hell that they don't understand that they're doing something that is just so completely counterproductive. I don't give a damn if men have tattoos. Men are warriors.
See, you brought me up to something that somebody a long time ago said, and it was so ignorant. And it's like, yo, but look at you. You act a certain type of ghetto, and I'm like, yeah, but why?
Let's see here. So Chris is asking me a question. It says, America has the blacks it deserves. Can you comment on that, Stanley? Well, I would phrase it differently. I would say America doesn't deserve the blacks it has. If it weren't for the civil rights movement, there'd still be like racial quotas on things like immigration and stuff. There is a strain of thought that, Black Americans have been drivers of an America that's more towards democracy. So my comment is that I don't think by and large America deserves the blacks it has. America needs to do better. And it dovetails to my point that race and the race problems we have in the United States, it's a white man's problem. Whites need to get together, the liberals and the conservatives, and they need to figure out how to make this country less racist. So blacks really, we're waiting, we're hanging on. Y'all don't deserve us.
What I want my woman to be that.
Yeah, no, men are warriors. If I put on a tattoo, the men that I knew that had tattoos, like as a kid, they were some bad dudes, man. Like them tattoos was their flag. Yeah, don't mess with them either. They meant it. So I mean, they're warriors. They're protectors. They're tough. Okay, they want to wear a flag saying I'm a bad. Okay, no women. No. You got it all wrong, ladies. Tattoos don't belong on women. No. You're not any tougher. It was sad you see women that are weighing 120 pounds all tatted up like they're tough. It's like, you pathetic creature. You so sorry, pathetic creature. I think there's going to come a time when.
Now, I'm not a tattoo fan for men or women. And, I have, my aesthetic desires. I don't want a woman that's all tatted up if I could avoid it. But this idea that tattoos are about toughness, talk about a motherfucking dinosaur. Dude, somebody needs to put Be Brave's logic out to pasture with old Betsy. That motherfucker sounds like tattoos mean women are tough.
There has to be an age of regret for tattoos, because women have been led into that nonsense with the world of fashion. So meaning it's an artificial stimulus. Pretty soon that artificial motive is going to set in, and their logic is going to kick in. And all of these women you see walking around have to eventually regret getting those tattoos all at once, is my prediction. And we're going to see an era where women by the droves come out and tell younger.
And by the way, folks, since the cowards over at the Urban Landlord took down the stream, I was just gonna skewer Be Brave and his guests on. Since they took it down, this is basically the one. I think it's like of the first half of yesterday's Be Brave show. And like I said, it'll have the best and worst of Be Brave, because he's a one-trick racist. So this is just it's a pretty good substitute. We'll get the essence of the awfulness of Be Brave. And not much left here. It's like oh shit, there's only 16 minutes left. Once this is done, I'm not sure where we go from here, if we go anywhere at all. See, it's already after 7:00, so we may be wrapping this up because I've been going for 3 hours and 15 minutes. So we'll see where we are in 15 minutes.
For women, please don't do this. That's what I'm hoping for. Because if young women keep thinking tattoos, tattoos on women is an absolute indicator of societal decay. Anybody would agree with that, except the women getting them. So pretty soon it's got to come out. It's got to become more evident that these women are screwing up. And pretty soon the age of regret has to hit. Because there's so many of them that have done it for 10 years now. You see them, arms, legs. Like, what are you doing, you stupid female?
The infamous tramp stamp in the lower back.
Oh, yeah, that's what started it. Yeah,
They literally call it a tramp stamp. The bull ring, yeah, the bull ring is a problem.
Eyebrow, the piercings they can at least take out.
Now I'm gonna say I knew this woman probably 10 years ago now, back up on the mountain, and she was the cutest thing ever. And she was a friend of my son's best friend's mother, and she had just gotten a tramp stamp. And so I'm over at my friend, the mother of my son's friend's house to pick him up. And she was a little girl, a real, cute woman, actually. So she had just gotten it and she was wearing like a crop top. So she turns around and she goes, "Well, Stanley, do you like my tramp stamp?" And I was like, boy, howdy do I. But I had to show decorum. But tramp stamps might be, if you can keep it private and covered, and just between me and you, I might be able to go with the tramp stamp, but not a huge, back covering, but, just something a little tasteful. But anyway, I hadn't thought of her in years.
Out and let it heal somewhat. But I mean, my Lord, these tattoos all these women are getting, it's like, what are you doing?
No, when I see the nose ring, that's my cue to stay away.
Yeah,
I already know what's
I used to wear earrings, like, and I stopped wearing them by like the age of 25 or 6. Yeah, I just like, and now they're closed. I mean, I don't even notice it.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. And men in earrings, I've always.
I understand this is a cordial conversation among what would I call these people? Like-minded peers. But I want to point out, like, they're talking about a general topic and then they all bring it back to, I did this or I didn't do that. It was kind of a general topic. However, I am going to say it is, a cordial conversation among like-minded, what would you call them? I'll just call them peers. So maybe I'm being a little harsh, but That's the one trend that I notice on YouTube. You could be talking about racism as a system, and people are going to go, well, I'm not racist. Like, we weren't talking about you or your racial views. We're talking a system. These people, and this goes back to my point about people not being able to think in concepts. And it's got to be something that's not happening in the education system. And it's not just millennials and younger that I notice. There are people that are Gen X. I don't know too many people who are actually boomers on YouTube, but it's something that just didn't get transferred in the American education system. And people just cannot think outside their own bodies, basically.
Always ask men when you put in. I said, men, when you're putting in your earrings, do you ever notice how you kind of cock your hip like a female? The man fussing with his earring, the man cocking his goddamn hip. I said, so not only are they a bit feminine looking, look at what the behavior you're doing.
Yeah, but B Brave's next question is how much time did you serve?
Some people will tell you, it's like, yeah, but there's countries like Hawaii and all these other countries, they wear earrings here. Even the Egyptians, they'll tell you all this crap.
It don't matter.
It's the
Yeah, but they have
time
to earn. What they don't tell you is in those societies like the Kingdom of Hawaii and New Zealand, you actually had to earn the right to wear that earring. It was basically
it was
like
a
the Congressional
status or
Medal
something, right?
Yeah, it was like the Congressional Medal of Freedom or the Medal of Honor if you're in the military. You had to do something to get that. You didn't just put it on because it was cool.
And for those of faith, biblically, you didn't want to have an earring as a man because it signified you were like a slave of some man's house. Like I can't remember. There's a story in the Old Testament where a dude, he didn't want to leave after his service time was over. So the owner of the
this is an interesting concept. So whoever this person is, JP's real dad, concept spelled with an S in quotes, are for people that can't speak to current details. Well, I don't know who you are, and welcome to the chat. If this is your first time, please make sure you subscribe to the channel, but I'm going to say what I'm going to say anyway. And by the way, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please subscribe, check us out. You may like us, you may not. We're not everybody's cup of tea. But let me just say to this new person, JP's stupidest comment of the day. This is like literally someone who has no idea what a concept is. Not only can you not spell it, you obviously can't define it either. So welcome to the channel, JP's real dad.
house put an earring in his ear to signify that he would be his servant for life. So it's like, you're showing that you are somebody's property.
I always like to, when it comes to men and piercings, especially when the dumb bastards got one in their eyebrow or their nose, I always want to go up and flick it. Oh, what happened? That little bit hurt, didn't it? Probably means you don't belong in your nose, doesn't it? Dumbass. Think if somebody said, wow, drove that piece of steel right in your.
Hey, CJ, I know I'm awful. This is why I piss people like Be Brave and Nightish off. Because once I get on a roll, dude, I'm gonna troll the shit out of people. And you know what? I need to crack open a beer here. Might as well really start having a good time. Dude, I am actually having a really good time. So thank you, CJ. By the way, you contributed to the good time for the Saturday show yesterday, and I appreciate it. More folks, as a matter of fact, support the show by supporting the host. All the financial stuff drops into the chat, apparently, consider donating to the show. But I also need show ideas. It really helps when people kind of contribute good show ideas. So, because I'm not always so full of original ideas. Leave it to me. It'll be nothing but politics. So don't be shy. My email address is in that information as well.
What is that centerpiece called? Septum? I think it's the
septum ring. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it's so stupid to wear earrings because it makes you vulnerable in a battle. It doesn't make any sense. I don't care what old warriors used to do. I don't give a damn. You ain't putting those ring of steel on me. Somebody can grab a hold of in a hand-to-hand combat. Are you crazy? It just don't make any sense. So I don't get the earrings on men. The tattoos on men, I fully understand. I do. I got to say, I do understand tattoos on men. It's almost kind of like an extension of a natural behavior. In that it does make you look rougher and tougher. So, but the women looking rougher and tougher, we got to come to an era of regret, though. It's got to sink in. And I always wonder when I see all these females on these streams with tattoos, I'm wondering, are you regretting those yet? Or is it that you can't say you regret them because you don't want to look like the fool that you were when you did it?
But they make themselves look even more foolish. Be brave. On those same streams, haven't you noticed that those women, usually with the nose rings, Latino now, we've seen it, the nose rings and the tattoos, they just talk about nothing. You see them talking about a topic, but it's all word salad. And you're like, huh?
How can they get into anything real? If they're so superficial that a woman will drive pieces of steel through sensitive body parts and cover her nudity up, her beautiful skin up with tattoos, that woman's fucked in the head, man. She's just flat fucked in the head. That's why I would say to any woman that is all tatted up, and they because I guarantee you they're not getting their choice of any men that are performing. And if they do, they're lucky. They need to I would tell them, just make sure that somehow make it known that you regret your tattoos. If you're out there dating and you're on dating apps, I would put headline, I regret every tattoo I've ever had.
Yeah,
that's
bro,
what I would tell them to do.
The ones in the face and neck, it's a little bit way too fucking much.
It's any of it. Arm, legs, it don't belong. It's just unnatural. It's especially the tramp stamp. Looks like underwear you can't ever take off.
Hey, genius. Yeah, we'll look at this tomorrow. Do you know the content creator? Yeah, we'll definitely have a look at this. Thank you. I don't know that we'll do it tonight, but I think I might even open the show with it. Or I may save it to Saturday, but we will look at it. I like, seeing black folks doing outdoor stuff.
It's like, honey, your nudity is what makes my world go around. And I'd never get to see you nude again in my life because you wanted to tattoo up your whole thigh.
Giving a free show, Brave. Free show. She's giving a free show, Brave. That's what she's doing. Free promotion.
It doesn't make any sense. It's like a woman to cover up her nudity. That's her value. That's why I say men have to earn millions of dollars. A woman is born a millionaire if they stay slim and soft and feminine. They're born a millionaire.
100%.
It was someone. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, it was a saying I heard on a panel the other night where it was like a woman is born at the top of the mountain, and her life's mission is to be careful how far she falls, whereas a man is born at the bottom of the mountain, and his life's mission is to pursue how high he can climb. So,
yeah, I like that. I like that way of putting it. I've always said, you see that wallet full of $1 million? A man had to earn that. You're born with it. When you put on tattoos, see that wallet?
What was the name of that cartoon? It was Because Be Brave reminds me of Captain Caveman and the something or another. It was an old cartoon. It sounds like a bunch of fucking cavemen sitting around sitting around the campfire in a fucking cave, just kind of planning out the tribal 5-year plan.
Call it with $1 million in it, throw it away. That's how stupid you are.
We have another term for that, Be Brave. We call that hitting the wall. And the wall is
Yeah,
undefeated.
that's a little too mild. These women with these tattoos, when they're getting them when they're young, it's like somebody in their life isn't explaining to them, whether it's they're worried about seeming vulgar. Somebody has to tell young women, that's your value in life is your nudity, you stupid bitch.
I mean,
Jesus. I mean, of course you.
Genius, do you know something I don't know? Do Tina and Mooncake actually do outdoor stuff? They don't strike me as the types that would be outdoors or away from their phones or internet service for very long. Tell me, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about those two.
Don't say it like that, but my God, that's your value in life. What are you doing covering up your nudity?
But you know, it's like a story my dad told me. He goes like, son, an Arab man dies. He gives his son 10 million. He gives his wife 10 million. Who's richer? And I'm like, wait a minute, they both got 10 million. And he goes, see, you're wrong. The son has to get married, spend money. The wife, even though she still has the 10 million, she'll be taken care of.
That's
yes,
facts.
yeah. I mean, as far as like that, that's funny because it's very true. A woman, you know, all she and even if she has her own money and doesn't need another man's money, the reality is that she doesn't have to spend near the amount of money searching for a mate that the man has to spend searching for a mate. Not near it. Well, look who's over here, the freak. The freak. Hey, the freak. Hey, you're in disagreement quite a bit. You want to come up and say what's on your mind there, old bub? Or are you going to stay in the chat? It's okay if you stay in the chat. Everybody's welcome over here. All the band lists that I had on my last stream, I'm starting over. But I guarantee you, folks, one wrong move and you'll be gone again.
Yo, hit that like button and subscribe, y'all, man. Support Be Brave.
Yeah, hey, Be Brave.
Yeah, hey.
Yeah, hey, what's going on? Get up.
Yeah, support the awfulness, folks. I actually encourage people, if you're not over on John Galt's Urban Landlord channel, if you're not, subscribe to it so you can see what I'm talking about how awful this shit can be. You can always unsubscribe, but I encourage folks to subscribe to the Urban Landlord channel just so you can see what I see. Shoot, you might like it. Who knows?
Point of view, Latino for Trump.
Salute, Master Kim.
What's up, everyone? Hey, I wanted to chime in real quick, man. I think you guys and maybe the chat are overreacting. And
see, this is how butthurt people like Chris and Palomino are. I literally haven't mentioned Be Brave in months. I haven't thought of Be Brave. I might have mentioned him because I ran into him on Latino's or saw him on Latino's show last week. I literally haven't been thinking of Be Brave. I don't really watch CT's show that much. Don't watch John Galt, so I wouldn't have known that Be Brave was talking about me today had a couple people not said, "Oh, hey, this is happening over on Galt's channel." So you can stop pretending that Be Brave is my content now, Chris.
The little trashy white girl that got the little lizard tattoo of the tramp stamp back in the day, that's okay compared to what's going on now. Now these women getting the sleeves and all this demonic tattoo. I mean, it's a whole different thing going on now. The other little stupid college day tattoos, I think, are most certainly tolerable, you know. But what's going on now is completely like just demonic with all the tattoos that are so masculine and so nasty and so holy looking, you know. So I will say that there needs to be kind of certain levels to that. You know, there's not a, I mean, you know, I think there's a lot of women that got some little simple ass tattoo near their, you know what, or whatever, but those are almost innocent compared to what's going on now. But it would have been better left no tattoos. But you're right, be brave. But compared to
Well,
what's going on now, I can't. It is just
I,
nasty.
I get what you're saying. Hold it, the freak. I'm just saying that that everybody's welcome. It's just that there's not going to be any vulgar insults. You can call somebody a gentlemanly insult like a dumbass or a dipshit or a bottom feeding 2-bit losers, okay, but we're not going to get into any vulgar insults over here because I don't want to chance it. But no, Master Kim, I think you're full of shit on that, young man.
CKJ3, I dropped the link, forced a link drop. So I don't know if Mike is still in the chat. So anybody can come up. This is almost over, this video. If anybody wants to come up to chat, feel free to click the link. Like I said, if you know, once this is over in a couple minutes, you know, if nobody really has anything to say or a direction for the show to go, I will probably wrap it up, you know, because I really hadn't intended on even doing a show. But Be Brave gave me the opportunity for trolling and mocking ignorance. So, you know, I'm never, you know, unless I have to, I'm not going to give up the opportunity to shit on the weak or the weak-minded, at least.
I think that anytime a woman wants to put anything on her body, she's completely distorting a very magnificent vessel. Now, and I do get, of course, there's a rose on her calf. No, that's not as bad as a sleeve. But I'm telling you, it's still, this ain't generational. It's a start, and not only that, I can't imagine when I want to see my woman nude, I can't imagine her not being able to take off a piece of clothing that she permanently put on.
So be brave.
Wait, tattoos are clothing? Ooh, boy. What would he do with like a Maori woman? You know, a lot of Pacific Islanders, women have tattoos. What is he talking about?
Drive me crazy.
The shame about all this, Be Brave, is what you're saying is absolutely correct. But you're a dying breed, and society is going to be existing with no Be Braves pretty soon. It's going to be a doggone shame. You tell the truth, how it lays, and you know, just like you used the analogy of having, you always got $300 on you. All men at a point in time would have a stack on them at that point, but men like you are a dying breed, and it's a doggone shame. I'm going to carry some traditions of how a man should be, but it's not the same. The generations could be watered down where, just like you said, they're going to sashay, put on their earrings, you know?
Well, May I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How would you feel, Master Kim? Let's say you was a single man living your life, and you end up having a girlfriend that has a tramp stamp with some other.
You know, I'm gonna resist the urge to actually deal with each of these quote men individually, because I pretty much know enough about them to challenge their notion, their self-image, calling themselves men. Like each and every one of these motherfuckers. It's like having these 5 people up on a fucking panel talking about traditional manhood. Dude, this is a clown car. This is like a parody of manhood.
Man's name tattooed on her. And every day you see that. How would you feel?
What's up, American man?
Oh, no, come on. Now that's a whole different thing. Yeah, that's fashion.
Hold it. Hold it. Ask the question again, Latino. Ask the question again, Latino.
You're a single man in the world, right?
Okay.
And you now you hooking up. You got yourself this little lady, and now every time you guys get intimate, you see a name of another gentleman tramp stamped to her back, how would that make you feel?
Oh yeah, that's gross. But that would have to be covered up.
Now, unless I'm misunderstanding tramp stamp, normally it's the lower part of the back.
Yeah, it's just right above
the panel lining.
It's like a
you're right, to have
thong,
another man's name, that's
a
trashy.
thong bikini. Yeah.
Imagine it saying JP was here. You know?
Oh man.
But no, I mean, it's just it is. Again, it is a matter of age and stuff. But I think anytime a woman enters into tattooing herself, if she's going for probably you could say, Master Kim, that the degree that she wants to tattoo herself is an indication of the seriousness of her mental illness. I would go that far. So meaning, she just wants a little rose. Well, she's a little confused, a little bit confused. No, you don't need to permanently put anything on your nude body. That's what makes the world go around, is nude women. Okay. So if you put a rose on, you're a little confused. Put a tramp stamp on, you're a lot more confused. Sleeves, thigh tattoos, gone.
Well, you put that little black cross right there on your throat on the Adam's apple.
Oh,
what the hell? Why would anybody do that?
And the sad part about it is all of these goddamn punk ass men that are out here, they won't say anything. See, if I was young, and all of these women, since so many of them have completely gone confused, crazy, stupid, because I say 80% of American women, black and white, all of them, are thinking like have the heart of a whore now. Not they're not acting out. Some of them are just, they got that heart though. So if you're a young man and you meet a woman that, God damn it, everything about her is okay, and she would have to regret them goddamn tattoos, or I'd say no thank you. She would have to make it clear that she regrets every damn tattoo she has on. And then it would be sad, because again, I don't know if I could imagine a woman taking off her clothes and still having fucking clothes on. I don't know if I could deal with that.
Well, there is a growing consensus of women, Be Brave, that are, believe it or not, regretting the decisions that they made 25, 30 years ago.
Yeah, it has to grow. That's why I say that. That's why it's going to get to a point.
And I've gotten into a habit of saying, if Juan said that on my panel, I go, where'd you get this information? Nobody fucking challenges that notion because, I agree with it. Dude, I've gotten to a point in my YouTube life when people come up and they make assertions like a growing consensus, and it's not even me fact checking or anything like that. I'm just curious to know where people get these bits of flotsam and jetsam, and random factoids. I guarantee you, if I asked Juan, he would have no clue where he read it. And sometimes I don't either. I guess I could go and Google it myself, but I just like tripping people up like that because I know that he doesn't have that information.
Where it's going to be more acceptable to be regretful, and I think that's what needs to. I predict that will happen, and at that time,
I don't care who I hit, Brave, and my mama NYP.
I'm sorry. You know what, Khan? They're just going on anecdotes, probably women they know or something like that. A lot of these quote conservatives get up there and they talk about their feelings. Dude, these people have no relationship whatsoever to data.
I don't know if I could deal with that.
Well, there is a growing consensus of women, Be Brave, that are, believe it or not, regretting the decisions that they made 25 years ago.
Believe it or not.
Yeah.
How about
it has to grow. That's why I say that.
Okay, there are more women getting tattoos. it's hard for me to square that up. And I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying he'd have to prove that, because my feeling is that with more people being deliberate about getting tattoos, I just don't think women are going to regret it that much.
That's why it's going to get to a point to where it's going to be more acceptable to be regretful. And I think that's what needs to, I predict that will happen. And at that time, it would be nice if a lot of these women would come forth and say, young ladies, don't do this.
Hey, be
No.
I think that the judging has changed quite a bit, because now I think men are content just to make sure that the woman that they're dating isn't on Instagram looking like a hoe. That has more value than tattoos, unfortunately, today, which is true. That in itself harms a relationship, is how the woman is putting herself out there in social media.
Oh, yeah.
So I think there's more stuff going on that make some little janky tramp stamp almost irrelevant compared to how all the other hoes are acting. Not all hoes.
A
The problem is, though,
janky tramp stamp. All right. Well, that was the first half of that Be Brave show. I wonder if there's a second half, though. To be honest, I'm kind of burned out on that low quality fucking mudsill content. You know, you can only take so much of that sort of stuff, I guess. Let's see. Anything else? Nope. And let me go back to see if by any chance they put that other video back up. Huh.
Nigga has the motherfucker. By the way, let me go fast.
Oh shoot, there's more Be Brave? Oh, okay. This is the whole show from yesterday. You know what I'm gonna do? Let's see, that's Ivan. Oh, Ivan's still around? Interesting. Now talk about shitbirds from Eastern Europe. Yeah, that motherfucker, he's even worse than Be Brave. Let's see. I don't think I've ever seen Ivan on camera. Let's look at some of this. Might as well just belabor the horribleness, I guess. Again, I don't know that I'm going to go too much longer, but I don't think I've ever seen. I'm trying to think. I've seen Ivan on camera before.
Caucasoid with a Z. Caucasoid trash.
At gmail.com, right?
Yes, it's not white trash. Caucasoid trash at gmail.com.
Okay, got it. Have a good one, Brave. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you very much.
Pleasure to speak with you. Anybody else want to come up? I'll drop you the link.
Hey, Red Tsunami. No, this isn't this morning's show. This is from yesterday, I think. Yeah, this is from yesterday. So I just, I don't want to, I still have some beer left. So where'd you send it? Did you put it on Discord? Let me check it out there, Speak Radio. I don't have my computer set up for Discord alerts. I just check it every now and again. I don't really. Mass shooting fact sheet. Yeah, I'll look at this tomorrow. I don't want to get too serious with mass shootings and stuff. I'm just in a mocking mood, and I got a couple beers left. So I figured I'll just drink up the rest of the beer. By the way, God damn it. Hey, roller skater Texas girl, I saw you in the chat and I did not say hello. I need to chat with you. Damn it, she's gone. I need a roller skater Texas girl. Well, let me put this into some context here. If anybody runs into Skater, please let her know to swing by at some point because I had a couple questions for her. Every now and again, she'll send me some exotic spice or something like that because I like Indian cooking. But I think it was Roller Skater Texas Girl sent me this dry rub for smoking ribs and stuff like that. I used it last night or yesterday on some smoked ribs. That is the best fucking dry rub I have ever tasted. And I need to look at the ingredients. I think it's got coffee in it, like ground coffee or something. It's the best dry rub ever. And I'm 61 and from the South. So that's saying something. And I meant to thank her for it. I saw her and then got busy probably trolling somebody. So if anybody runs into her, just tell her to either email me. I don't even know that she has my new email address, but I'm sorry I missed her. So where we are right now, we'll finish roasting Be Brave for, I don't know, maybe half an hour or so, or until I run out of beer. And then we'll call it a night. And then I'll be back tomorrow at roughly the normal time, back to boring news and politics.
Any closing thoughts in the chat we can respond to? Anybody want to have a say? Appreciate everybody stopping by, that's for sure, on the first inaugural John Galt stream. Ryan's over here. He didn't want to come up. Bless his heart. He's probably busy looking for homes in Pennsylvania because the blacks have run him out of Maryland. But I'm sorry, Ryan, because he was looking for better schools. So,
oh, by the way, Jeffrey, your point about my ass not having topics, that's going to be tomorrow's show title. It made me laugh when I read it. Jeffrey Todd said, Stanley, you damn sure need ideas because your ass has none. That actually made me laugh. So thanks for the show title there, buddy.
All right. Oh, shit. But yeah, anybody else want to come up? I'll hang here for a few. But I got 45 people looking in. I so appreciate everybody stopping by. I really do. In the future, I'll hopefully many of you, yeah. I mean, some of you folks that don't want to stop up, listen. Like the freak, I don't care if we've called each other names, folks. I don't care if we come up. If you, I swear, I know I'm quick to say you dirty, no good for nothing bastard, but I don't mean it like that. It's just come up and it will be gentlemanly and it will be orderly with no interruptions. That's not going to happen. I don't care if there's 6 people up here. Nobody's over talking. Nobody's undoing somebody's statement with over talking. So, I mean, anybody just, in the future, if you up and I just, just come up. I can assure you there's nothing but gentlemanly. And on my other stream, I was good at it. I was good at being a gentleman over there. So I have a track record of, I know, and even when I go over to CTs anymore, I can't do the large panels. I can't do them anymore because it's.
Oh, Chris M. Chris M says, this is called charisma, Stanley. You ain't got it and you know it. I'm sorry, Chris M. I'm going to have to agree with you. I'm not an oily, unctuous snake oil salesman and racist. So no, I don't have that kind of charisma, that oily, unctuous gift of Blarney. Nope, never had it, and I don't regret it. But thanks for pointing that out, for pointing out the obvious, Chris. You have a talent for that.
It's too much over talking. But on CTs, it's like I'm reserved now. Simply put, it's just because, like on CT's panel, when I had fun when I was a younger man, and it'd be, you dirty bastard, yeah, you do, yeah, fuck yeah, but I'm too old for that now. It's not good. You don't want to sit there and rile yourself up for any length of time. So on CT's show, when I'm over there, I'll probably show up on CT's show when there's not many people up there. If nobody wants to take him up on his link, which on some of the topics he puts up, I'm amazed that when he puts a link up for a half hour that he has no takers, because even if he's not black bashing, the topics that CT puts up is very interesting, and okay, most of the time they're not adhered to and they go off and swerve off. But so I'm not, hey, the freak, yeah. Give me a few minutes. Okay, the freak, I will. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, the freak.
You know what? I think I've had enough of this charisma. Let's move on. What's this?
It's 8 inches wide.
Let's see what that was.
Here's the link. Folks, have you ever see that pan right there? It's 8 inches wide by 13 inches long. It's called granite ware. Folks, you can't go wrong roasting meat in them damn things. You can't.
You absolutely can go wrong roasting meat in those things. Dude, get you a good Corningware ceramic roasting pan, or better yet, get one of those Le Creuset. They're enamel covered cast iron. Those pans are shitty. They don't hold heat well. They're your grandma's pan. They suck. Now, they'll do in a pinch, but dude, this motherfucker obviously cooks over campfires or something, because everybody knows that those pans don't hold heat. They're good for some things, like, I'd roast vegetables in them, but doing a turkey or a chicken or something, you can do way better for not much more expensive. As a matter of fact, you could probably go to a pawn shop or something like that and get like cast iron stuff, like antique estate sales, that sort of thing. God damn, this dude really knows nothing for his age.
Can't go wrong. I don't fancy up my meat. I don't spice my meat up. You're too old for spices.
Listen to, I don't spice my meat up. I'm too old for spices. Wow. That is an amazing statement. I'm too old for my food to taste good.
A little spice here and there. Plus, you don't need to if you cook it right. But you put chicken, you put steak in that son of a bitch and cook it and put the right amount of water so it just like it doesn't stick to the bottom.
See, this is why I love reviewing people like Be Brave. They say the stupidest shit and pass it off as old-timey, down-homey wisdom. I'm too old for spices. God damn, that's stupid.
But it acts like a frying pan and sears the meat. Those pans right there, man, they really do meat justice. better than a Corningware, better than any stainless steel. I can't say for sure, but because I haven't tried a lot of stainless steel, but I'm telling you. Hey, the urban landlord. I guarantee you that pan right there, folks, when it comes to roasting meat, you can't beat it. I don't care what you put in there, pork, steak, chicken, whatever. Put it in there. Put just the right amount of water. You can judge it so that it doesn't evaporate away, and yet set it and forget it. I'm telling you, graniteware, folks, for roasting meat, you can't beat it. The freak said he was coming up. I don't see him.
I'm sorry, you can beat it. And by the way, if you can't take spices like simple things like parsley or rosemary or thyme, even if you don't use salt or black pepper, sometimes people don't, they're on salt restricted diets, but you can get like basic like herbs you can grow in your garden and give meat a taste. Depending on your technique, sometimes you can get like things like steak, a crust or something like that. It'll even have a taste. Or you can take the meat, you can age it. Like, I've aged beef for, in a refrigerator even. It doesn't have to be that fancy. But the idea that you need your grandma's pan from 1972 and that's the best you can do in 2026. This is why Be Brave builds dog houses. This is why Be Brave lives in a fucking shack, because he still thinks it's 1972. And the things can get better, Be Brave.
Up here. I see the urban landlord in the audience. Hey, John. Looks like being on your channel is an automatic good number of viewership, John. God damn, buddy. 40, 45 people stopping in, up to 50 people. And ain't talking about damn much else. John, your channel speaks for itself being on your channel. Ah, damn, dude. And God damn, you can't beat that. 8 by 13-inch pan, graniteware, Palomino. It doesn't matter what you put in that son of a bitch. Whether it's chicken, you got to have skin on the chicken. The hell with that skinless shit, because meat just dries out. The thing I like to cook is either drumsticks, wings ain't bad, but the best are thighs. You put some thighs in that pan, put a ribeye steak in that pan. Son of a bitch. Put a pork steak in it.
This motherfucker's eating ribeyes with zero seasoning. Dude, this is so sad. It's like, motherfucker, why don't you romanticize it up and just cook over an open campfire? At least make it seem kind of like, cowboyish. This motherfucker's cooking on that old heater he fixed up 2 years ago.
Damn, about an hour and a half. The ribeye only takes. I like my ribeye done. I don't play that medium rare shit. That's about an hour. But the pork steaks and the chickens, hour and a half. Set it and forget it, man. Alive. Well, it's just and it cleans real easy. When you're done, it's just a matter of soaking it for a little while, and it's not even that hard. It's amazing. That's Corningware. And the reason I took some chicken out. I may probably roast some chicken later. That's why I'm talking about food. But yeah. Thanks to my wife.
Hey, let me tell you what Be Brave did. He took that like patio stone stuff where you can take, I think it's maybe hexagonal or something like that, where you can basically take the blocks and kind of fit them all together. He didn't use mortar or anything to bind those patio pieces together. He just fucking laid them on grass. He didn't prepare He didn't prepare the ground. You know how you'll go in, you'll level it up and everything. He didn't do any of that shit. Now it's been maybe what 3 years, maybe even back during the pandemic, that he built it. But I was appalled. The motherfucker didn't lay a concrete pad or anything permanent. That was not what I would call a foundation. It was just a bunch of fucking fitted stones that he fit together just on top of the grass and then built on top of that. First good fucking, wind and the whole thing's gonna blow over. And this is the other thing. People like Palomino and Chris M, y'all are so inexperienced. Y'all just fall for any old bullshit. Okay, I grew up with a father who literally built sheds. We painted the house one summer. We built a Volkswagen. It rebuilt a Volkswagen engine. Just because I don't do it now doesn't mean I haven't been exposed to it. And what I saw Be Brave build was literally like a fucking hillbilly shack. Okay, he'll be rebuilding that thing in a couple years when he's too fucking old, probably. So y'all can talk shit, y'all can talk Be Brave up all you want. I saw what he was building online, and dude, that shit was from the Beverly Hillbillies.
Friends, with my wife, friends, I eat my steak medium rare. I've been eating like that now. Medium rare. I don't get it. I don't get it. Well, when it comes to ribeye, folks. Okay, here, let me do an illustration here.
Look at this motherfucker. Look at Palomino Pick Me. The Pick Me hobby horse is out there going to bat for a man he has never met, who built a glorified doghouse. And this motherfucker's telling me I look stupid. Dude, you've never even met Be Brave, but you're standing. He's your ride or die, isn't he? Pick Me, Palomino. Dude, you are just a fucking dupe.
When it comes to a ribeye steak, you see the outer circle there? That
shit's about as close to a steak as he's gonna get tonight. That motherfucker's gonna be dreaming of a steak.
fat on the outside of it and fat on the inside. It's called well marbling. We all know that. The part with the X, well done, that'll get a little tough. But buddy, that outside, well done, all it does is get crispy and it stays tender and all that fat gets crispy. Son of a bitch, man. It's the most, they call it the most dangerous cut of meat because of that outside, the exterior. The exterior with all that fat on it. And there's a lot of meat there. I mean, that's a good, you get a good sized steak and thick, you got a lot of meat. That exterior, that the out surrounding meat, I forget what they call that. Yeah, Latino, you can't overcook that. That's where the well done comes into flavorful. But you're right.
Did that motherfucker just say you can't overcook a ribeye? Oh shit. This dude knows nothing about food. You can't overcook a ribeye.
Right, the X part, the big eye, yeah, if that don't have a lot of fat in it, that can get a little overdone, but that's when you just use that and I cut it up and put it in some soup or something. But yeah, no, I can't take.
Okay, so you're going to take a fucking ribeye, overcook it to a point to where you got to cut it up and put it in soup? Oh man, that's some good eating.
I can't be doing no medium rare steak. I've never understood it. No, don't want to trust. I don't want to trust it to be.
You know what? This is better than the show he did this morning, I bet. Oh man, I'm learning so much more about Be Brave. You overcook a fucking ribeye, and if you overcook it, you cut it up and put it in soup.
Truthful, it's just like these out. Configuring StreamYard. What's your favorite cut? Oh, ribeye. Ribeye without a doubt. Ribeye, yeah. There's nothing compared to ribeye. Now, what I call miniature ribeyes is chuck eye steak. Get chuck eye steak with a lot of marbling fat. You can.
Okay, number one, chuck eyes don't have a lot of marbled fat. They are pretty decent. But let me tell you something right now. And this is my impression. I don't know because I haven't really talked to Be Brave to that level in years. But what Be Brave is doing right now is he fancies himself like an advisor, like a manliness consultant, basically the hillbilly Kevin Samuels. So he's sitting here with a bunch of young men talking things like steaks and roasting pans. Dude, this is hilarious. And I'm not going to go any farther than this, but this is like hillbilly GQ or hillbilly Kevin Samuels or something like that. This is just silly as fuck. Overcook your ribeyes, folks, and if you overcook it, you can just put it in soup. That's his manly advice.
Cook the hell out of that, and you're going to have that makes a hell of a steak sandwich. Woo! Chuck eye steak. I call it miniature ribeyes. Filet mignon. I'm not even impressed with it. It's not bad, but T-bones, New York strips, not bad, but there's nothing like a ribeye. And I'm telling you, outside of the ribeye, my second is in another steak.
There's nothing like a ribeye. It makes the best shoe leather a man can eat.
It's a chuck eye steak. They take the chuck roast, and they cut the eye out of it, and they sell that as a small steak. That is your miniature ribeye. It's amazing. It is amazing. Same thing with pork steaks. What's really funny about pork steaks is, let me see if I got them. Because you've all seen pork steaks. We've all seen where it's like, there you got the big piece, and then you got on the pork steak, you got.
Well, why doesn't he just get up and pull one out of his freezer? I'd be curious if he actually has one in there. So
You got the big eye, right? And then you got those quarter size and $half size pieces on the pork steak that's surrounded by fat. That small pieces surrounded by fat, son of a bitch, you can't overcook them either. Them are some tasty ass things. I mean, the
yes, you can overcook those too.
Piece there, but them little pieces that you see in pork steak, you get a good cut of that. When I see that in the meat case and it's got a lot of those little pieces in it, I buy every one of them that are in that meat case because of the way they are. Yeah. Pork steak? No, it's not. I wouldn't call it a pork chop. I'm not sure, Latino. No, I don't think it's a pork chop though. Yeah, I smoked a couple of pork chops last night, Herman says. Yeah, no, the pork steak though. It's about a good pork steak.
Let's see. How much longer of this trailer park cooking segment? Yeah, I'm gonna we'll play a little bit more of this.
It's about it'll be 7 inches by 10 inches long. And you got a whole big old piece of it that's the center cut. But then you got all of this. This is where the gold's at. God damn. Woo! You put that in that pan and cook it for an hour and a half, you'll slurp them small $half size. It's like bacon on steroids, and it's tender and it's thick. It'd blow your mind. That's why when I see pork steak, it's like when I see them little pieces, a lot of them, because a lot of pork steak, it comes from different parts of the butt steak. A lot of the pork steak doesn't have those little pieces in it so pronounced. But when you get the pork steak and you see a lot of little pieces over there surrounded by fat, that's your pork steak right there. Yeah. So you might as well take them out for steak. You got a good, wonderful family. Might as well, Latino. The fine, upstanding family that does you well, by golly. And here is the freak. Okay. Now, let's see here. Let me see if I bring. Is that you, the freak? It has to be. You've been in the chat. I trust you. Let me do this. That. Is that you, the freak? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry about
that. Okay, I can hear you. I've got you covered.
It's me.
Okay, it's you. Okay, let me uncover you then. There you are. What's on your mind?
Me.
Hey. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever talked, actually. You know, I just troll you from the chat a lot.
Oh, I appreciate trolls, because really the value of trolls is there's so many times they help to reinforce a valuable point, because not you, the freak only, but trolls sometimes.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go maybe I'm at 4:16, so I'm gonna go another 15 minutes or so, then I'll wrap this up, because I'm actually getting kind of tired, and it's a little late for dinner, so that's what I'm gonna do. I actually had a really good time today. Too bad we couldn't have gotten through the actual show I wanted to review, but it was actually a pretty good substitute.
Troll with nonsense that's wrong. So yeah, troll me. But what's on your mind today?
All right. Well, first things first. One thing I can think of is the other day or yesterday was you were talking about you're just swooning the lady.
Oh, doggone it! You dropped off, the freak. Doggone it! I did not throw him off, folks. Trust me. I was all ears. The freak, come back up. Doggone it. Hit the link again. Is the link gone?
All right. Yeah, like I think it was yesterday, maybe the day before, and you're like, yeah, women are checking for Be Brave, right? And like they need the alpha male to like, guide them and tell them what to do and put them in their place, and who goes against the grain and is willing to say stuff no matter how like ridiculous it might be, like and come on, like we know that that's just not the way the culture is right now. Like they're not checking for see, every time the camera gets interrupted I have to change these settings, so give me a second there.
Don't worry about it. Just
so anyway, we know that they're not checking. They're not checking for older white men at this point in time. Like it's just
the freak. I didn't. When I'm saying I don't think women are after me at 71. I don't say that. I've never thought it. I'm not stupid enough to say it. Come on. I'm saying when I was a young man, I had my pick. period, regardless. And they weren't at all fat and ugly. They were sweet, soft, feminine. And I know this much, that women are after not the alpha male, they're after men that don't take any shit from them. That's what they thrive on, and that's what they're not getting anymore. Too many men are emasculated, and that has nothing to do with modern times. Women have always looked for the guy that they can feel comfortable being subdued around, subservient to. They've always had. It's just women's nature.
Yeah, all I have to say is that I wonder how many people actually know Be Brave's biography. They would not be listening to relationship advice if they did, I suspect. I just do. Why don't people share this kind of information? Like, I would never, first off, I don't think you should ever go to YouTube for any sort of relationship advice. But, you know, this is just like, this is too bad. This is almost like a truth in advertising sort of deal. Like, dude, you should be sued for YouTube panel malpractice.
Nature, even though these modern women will like to say elsewhere. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, you know, I was just saying, like, I mean, it's good to hear, like, you weren't taking yourself so serious then, because I was just like, brave, like, come on, man, like, you've seen these women. I mean, we just talked about it with the tattoos and the rebellion and the everything else. They're not really, you know, respecting men that much. Like, that's what I think. I mean, there's just a lack of respect in general with everybody, you know, as the main problem, really. The media, like you said, huge part of the problem. Like, literally the only race that has the power to oppress all the people all the time. And so it's a problem. It needs to be legislated, or I don't know what, but something needs to be done about that. What else do you talk about? Just the constant carpetbagging, I think, on Black people in a generalized terms, I think, is not a good thing, especially when you're doing it constantly. I think it's a bad look. I mean, I understand it's an issue, but I just think that sometimes some of the things you say, it's pure gaslighting to most of the people that are receiving it in the audience. And it's like, I mean, I wish I could say, like, you know, stop it, knock it off. It's not that way, but because there is truth to what you're saying. I just think that maybe a little less Ajax and a little bit more olive oil, or so, you know, which.
There is literally zero truth to everything he says. The only thing Be Brave gets right is that inner city areas, urban, you know, these deep urban areas have crime problems. That's the only thing he gets right. Everything else is just askew or outright wrong. And people coming up and just glorifying the rot that Be Brave peddles, it's really, when I say that race and racism is a white people problem, this particular segment of this particular video is kind of like anecdotal. Okay, this dude doesn't have enough balls to say, Be Brave, your views on race are fucked up. There's zero truth in it. And why the fuck is some back-asswards country fuck talking about urban Black issues anyway? You have zero expertise. You say you lived there 50 years ago or some bullshit. Dude, somebody needs to level and be honest with Be Brave. And apparently I'm the only one who'll do it.
I mean, we did kind of see that right now with that other gentleman that happened to, like, be using these labels for people, like, you know, you're holding fast to, like, you know, you can't be doing that, you can't be doing that. So, like, maybe, you know, I don't know if I'm not really coming across as making a strong point or whatever, but like, I think that you recognize some of these things and like.
Oh, I'm glad you're still here. Good to see you, Varency. Because you must have missed what I said earlier. I did a quote debate with Be Brave. I guess maybe it's almost 3 years ago now. Be Brave still makes the same lame, awkward, askew, and foul talking points that he did back then. Nothing in his rhetorical repertoire has been updated. Be Brave has zero data associated with his racist arguments. I am not going to waste my time with someone like Be Brave. I did it for a couple years. It was fun while it lasted, but I the fuck have moved on. Okay, I've had my fill of dealing with fucking race hustlers, scammers, and just charlatans like Be Brave. I have no reason to debate him. I have no reason to go up on a panel with him. And I'm not going to waste my time. Why don't you get the fuck up there and debate and debate Be Brave? I have already given him the benefit of my education and my opinions. I don't need to do it anymore. And your dumbass of RNC, I've already dispatched you on panels. I'm not going to come up and debate your dumbass either. So you and Palomino and Chris M and Be Brave, y'all can stay angry. My days of debating Be Brave ended about 2 years ago. There is absolutely no reason to debate or even discuss race with his uneducated, back-assward country fuck ass. If Be Brave wants to debate, he can come over here where I can control the environment. I'm not going to the John Galt channel or any channel where Be Brave has control. I ain't gonna let the racists win that argument. Any other stupid questions of RNC? I hope not.
I'm just, I think the rhetoric, some of your rhetoric is absolutely just, a little too much. I think for actual constructive, progress.
Well, I'm not the freak. I hand to God. I said this 4 years ago when I got on CT's channel, first showed my face over there. I'm not looking to heal or combine or be constructive.
Hey, let me talk about some education irony here. Now look at this motherfucker. So this blue blood Mayflower descendant can't even fucking spell Negroes. Why do Negroes always say they beat you in something? We've never debated, man. What are you talking about? Bitch, when you learn how to spell the plural of Negroes, when you learn to spell it correctly, I'll consider even coming up on a panel with you. Hit the goddamn link right now if you want to debate. But first off, you need to correct your spelling mistakes.
I'm looking to insult people that are tearing apart inner cities. I want to insult them. I want to go, okay, keep doing what you're doing, but don't mind me if I call you a bunch of goddamn fucking idiots. That's all. No, I'm not out after. It's like, I understand what you're saying. If I was out to, Olive Branch, no, I'm not. I'm out to divide. I'm out to divide. I want to. Whites, get the hell away from these fucking people. Get away from them. 70% of them are psychopaths. Not violent. They're psychopathic by the way they lie. They have no empathy for the very people around them that they They make excuses for very violent people that destroy entire areas of low-income black decent people. That's a psychopath that would worry about white people when so your black people are shooting up your neighborhoods. You got other issues than white people at this time in history. So I'm not out to
Look at this dumb fuck. Like all black people live in those neighborhoods. Listen to him. And nobody ever goes, be brave. Do you think all black people live in high crime neighborhoods? Okay. And this is his automatic out. No. They don't all live in the high crime neighborhoods, but the 70% don't say anything to the 3%. Why would the 70% say anything to the 3%? They don't live in the neighborhoods. Okay. If some idiot like Be Brave or Of Aaron C or one of these fucking racist morons came up to me and goes, what about Chicago? I'm going to go, well, what about it? I've never even visited Chicago. Go talk to someone from Chicago. Are you saying just because I'm black, I have some concern about the crime in Chicago? These dumb fucks are so fucking racist, they don't even have internal checks and balances on their own rhetoric. If the answer is all black people don't live in urban areas, why are you blaming all black people for what goes on there? And the reason is racist. Y'all think, people like Be Brave think all black people have one culture and it's almost like a coconut telegraph. We fucking talk every day about what's going on in Detroit. These racist fucks are the problem with America.
Be constructive, the freak. I really am out. Hand to God, I am out to insult as best as I can because I'm sick of them.
I get it. Oh, all right. Before I ask you another political question, I asked you the other day in chat, I said, have you ever been to jail? And you said you were in county for like a night or whatever. And so I was wondering, when you were in the bin that one night, like, what was the racial makeup of the bin at that time, like that particular night?
Hold on a minute. John D. Pedrosa, I don't have a channel, but John gave me the admin over here, buddy. I'll be over here on John's channel. So actually, my channel is the John Galt channel. So, yeah, I'll be over here quite frequently. Yeah. So actually, I don't have a channel, but no, I'm going to be up here by myself quite often. And then John determines when he wants to do a stream together and stuff like that. And then John does his streams. He's got some street interviews coming up that we're going to do some street interviews together. The makeup of the county lockup for that night, and I tell you what, man, it was a goddamn nice county lockup. I was impressed. I'm going, Jesus Christ, this is nice in here. The makeup, the majority were black, and the ones that couldn't shut up all night long and running their fucking mouths were black. Just loud, obnoxious people.
Wait a second. You live in Alaska, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Where was this that you were locked up at?
Oh, we won't say that. It doesn't matter. I don't need to tell where.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, is it like a mainstream?
It's a very, very, very mainstream, mid-sized metro area.
Okay.
By mainstream, I mean it's crossroads, very valuable. It's not podunk or nothing.
All right.
Yeah.
So like, you would say like half of it was black and half of it was white?
Oh, no. 15%. 15% black. And still, the county lockup was mostly black, and just the blacks that were in there were just, you could tell there was a party to them. You know, it was nothing to them.
This is the interesting part. Now, this motherfucker winds up in county lockup Nobody's asking why he was there. Nobody's fucking asking him, well, dude, if it's so bad, how did you wind up locked up with all these awful people? Dude, these these fucking numbskulls let Be Brave off every fucking show. They don't ever ask him hard questions. They don't ever challenge him. And that's why he used to get pissed off at me, because I don't give a fuck about the racial makeup. I want to know why you were there. if you are in a fucking 85% white city, most of the people in that county lockup are black. Well, you must have really fucked up. What? How bad did you fuck up to wind up in a jail full of blacks? Nobody will ask Be Brave that question. I don't know whether they're afraid of him or just what, but dude, I'd have Be Brave bouncing me off the panel by now, because I'd have gone right for the forehead with these questions.
Sitting there listening, and I'm going, these people love it in here. You could tell they loved it. They were probably getting fed, and as they say, 3 hots and a cots, man. I mean, they were celebrating. They knew each other, and they were talking to each other across the cell blocks. And hey, Joe, whatever, Joe, is that you in here again? Yeah, I'm over here again. What the fuck?
What about oh shit, I just lost my train of thought, but it'll come back to me. So
Randy, hold on right quick. Be brave. Why are your people always in my people's business? Because Randy, SoCal, if your people are black people, because you're tearing up inner cities, and white people aren't tearing up the streets. We may be tearing up our little households, but nobody knows it until they get caught.
This is another golden example. Okay, so his thing is white people tear up their own homes and in their own families, but at least it's out of the public view, so that makes the crime better. This is that skewed hillbilly logic that racists like Be Brave will just spew out on a panel, and little clown car driver here isn't going to challenge him on the stupidity of that. So doing it out in public makes it more of a crime, more heinous of a crime than it happening in private and it being discovered later. This is that fucking race hustler, that fucking racist bullshit logic. When I say racializing crime, that's exactly what Be Brave is doing right now.
You're tearing up other people's atmosphere. Randy, your people are tearing up the streets. You're making it so businesses can't function. You're making it so people can't make a wrong turn. There's no places and make a wrong turn where whites live.
And I'm sorry, I've had enough of this bullshit for like 2 years. I'm not fucking getting up on a panel and having serious discussions with people who just think warped rhetoric like this actually makes logical sense. Why would I waste my education dealing with a fucking uneducated, just like, dude, this dude is so white. He thinks the education doesn't matter because I'm white.
Randy, that's why we're in your business so much, because you are doing such damage now with not only your violent people. 70% of you are claiming things that are ridiculous. I mean, it's ridiculous, the things that you're trying to blame on Whitey as a blame for your predicaments. Go ahead, the freak.
yeah, so I'm in Maricopa County in Arizona, and when I go to jail, it's 50% white, 35% Hispanic, and then a little bit of, kinfolk, and one or two chiefs, right? And that's the makeup. So like when I see the troublemakers or the people get, the makeup of jail, and as soon as you processed in, you go with where you're supposed to go. Like there's no like, at first you're not mingling with the other people. You're definitely getting, hashed out, and either with the white or with the black or with the, paisa or whatever. Right. So I still see majority of white people occupying jail. So I will say that there are not a lot of black people out here in Arizona as well. So that is a big part of it. But we do, have obviously a massive, Hispanic, Mexican population. But still, even with that, it's at least 50% white in the jail over here.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So like.
Oh, hold on. Let me right quick. And what's up?
Literally a waste of words. Literally a useless argument that in context has contributed nothing to this discussion. Oh my God, what the fuck are these people doing? And to a point, was it Speak that just made? I think I've just grown beyond the content for content's sake. I just don't want to do that anymore. Not that I ever really did it in the first place, but the spectacular of me getting up with Be Brave, like a wrestling match or something like that. I did it once. I actually had a good time doing it, but once was enough. And I understand this weekend. Okay, I understand that, Be Brave drew in a bunch of numbers. I probably drew in a bunch of numbers reviewing Be Brave. I understand that. But the one thing I can say is yesterday I did big numbers for me, talking about something totally different that had nothing to do with Be Brave. So, the numbers aren't always going to be big. I understand that. I do a lot of boring stuff, especially during the week. But I'm just not going to go back and recover territory I did years ago. I did a debate. I think it was on John Galt's channel, but it was HB that moderated it, and it was timed and everything, and it was good. It wasn't a bad experience. The one thing, people donated and we split the pot. It was pretty nice. But the thing is that, and it's still online. Maybe next Saturday I'll dig it up somewhere and see if it's still playable, because I simulcast it to my channel as well. So I actually have a copy of it somewhere. Shit, if I thought about it, I would have done it today. But the bottom line is, the arguments that I make, the arguments that Be Brave make were basically the same ones we did 2 or 3 years ago. America hasn't changed that much, and it's just covering old ground. I don't see a useful purpose in talking about the same shit the same way over and over. Maybe new people see it, but for me, it would just be a bore. But I will find it, because it would be interesting to go back and review it.
Cynthia, I don't think you've been over here before. Welcome to the stream. I know you like panels. You're welcome to come up here anytime you wish. Even if we disagree, it's all very polite and well-mannered over here. Watch the debate between Candace and Andrew. We'll talk that.
Yeah, by the way, I actually watched that almost the whole debate. It was pretty much a waste of time. However, I have to say Candace Owens basically outclassed Andrew Wilson. I think she's just been doing it longer. There's something about her personality. She was able to stay calm when Andrew was obviously trying to ruffle her feathers. And there's one thing where she challenges Andrew Wilson to name one charge. And Andrew Wilson thought he was going to do a gotcha and get Candace Owens to name all 7 charges. She fucking rattled off all 7 charges with some detail. And that was the nail in the coffin. She kicked the shit out of Andrew Wilson just with that one exchange back and forth. Even I was impressed. Yeti, so you posted that old debate. I'll check it out in just a minute. Oh my Lord. Look who we have here. Lake, where the hell have you been? Good to see you. Yeah, it was pretty good, but it kind of pissed me off that people said it was a draw. That's what actually pissed me off about it. Link, how have you been? It's good to see you. How's life treating you? By the way, hit the link if you want. I'm not going to be up here too much longer because I'm kind of getting tired and hungry. And I thought Lanterns was coming on tonight. What's today? 16th? I thought it was today. Maybe it doesn't come on till 8 or 9 or something on HBO. Okay, let's see what Aaron C. Aaron C says you just bought ready for the smoke, young man. Call us when you man up. No idea what that means. It's barely written in English. And man up for what? I've already stated my position. I don't see if Be Brave wants to talk, he comes over here. I'm not going over there or wherever it is. It'll be here or nowhere. I wouldn't say he's an idiot, but I will say Andrew Wilson just seems kind of inflexible. He seems very rigid. So thank you for that, Yeti. Who knows? I'll have a look at it and see how long that debate was. I don't think it was much over an hour. I'm not gonna. Nah, I don't think I'm gonna look at it tonight. But I wish I'd thought of it earlier. We could have looked at it instead of this thing. Because it's been a couple years since I've seen it. Where is it? I know you had the link in there somewhere. Oh, there it is. Give me 1 sec here. I don't know. How the hell did you find it? Yeti? I think I have a copy of it on my channel, but it would take me a while to even find it. So somebody has these old episodes on speed dial, apparently. Where are you? There it is. Yeah, so it was. So when was this? This is. Oh shit! It was 2 hours and 15 minutes. Damn! It says it's a year ago. He must have just moved it over to Landlord Clips. It was longer than a year ago. So he must have moved it. But anyway, we'll look at it one of these days. I wasn't. To me, it was just basically debating or whatever that was called, because I called it more discussion. We haven't, ideologically moved on beyond that. And it would be a waste of time other than just generating money and buzz. Be Brave hasn't grown, and frankly, neither have I.
Just a second here. What's up, Cynthia? Yeah, I don't like I said, the prison makeups mean nothing to me. I go by what I see in the streets as the problems that are facing America. You don't have 3 white kids shooting at 3 other white kids all across the nation in streets. You don't have carjackings. You don't have mass lootings. I don't care if there's an occasional one. If you look at closed circuit cameras, and that's empirical evidence, regardless of what some people want to think. Well, you mean you got empirical evidence? Yeah. Just Google street shootouts caught on camera. See who's.
Yeah, see, this is his empirical evidence. Just Google street shootouts. This is the level of, quote, erudition that Hillbilly Bob here has. I'm not going to do any research. You just go Google street shootings. Dude, this is a clown car.
Doing them. Okay. Just Google carjacking caught on camera. See who's doing them. Google any crime that's in the streets, and you'll see who's doing them. And the difference between a white guy that shoots his family and the kids that are shooting up the streets is that the white guy's taking him and his family out. Bye. Nothing. Hey.
Listen to this depravity. So to me, it's worse if you're taking out your family. That seems way worse to me. But look at him racializing this shit. So the white guy, family, just calmly wave goodbye. And then the black crime, goddamn, dude, this is just a great example of why shit doesn't get solved. Okay, racialize the crime and then go, hey, the white version is private and it's his family. That makes it less. This is just fucking depraved. It's warped. And no fucking body calls this fucking waste case out for this horrible logic. Why is that?
Sorry, wouldn't want to be you. But the black kids that are shooting up the streets are taking innocent people out with them all around the nation, stopping innocent people from functioning in businesses, stopping innocent people from riding the buses and transportations.
So by Be Brave's logic, the white guy taking out his family, the kids, the wife, the dog, those people aren't innocent. The kids are not innocent. Listen to the fucking depravity, the craven, racist logic here. It's disgusting. So those 2 kids, they're not innocent. God damn, dude. This is why I won't debate monsters like Be Brave.
Worry free. So that's the difference. That's why and I always use this. I'll give you a quick question. You're going to be at a stop sign. You're going to set at a stop sign. And folks, I'm going to ask this question a lot to a lot of people because it's a question that illustrates something. You're going to be at a stop sign. You got your choice. There's 2 stop signs you've got to choose between, and neither is not an option. You're going to pick one of these stop signs to sit at. You want to be at the stop sign where the white guy a half a block up is going to shoot his wife and kids in their house? Or do you want to be at the stop sign where a half a block up, 3 kids are shooting at 3 other kids emptying guns in all directions a half a block up? Which stop sign do you want to be sitting at?
Listen to this fucking monster. God damn, dude. It's loss of life either way. This motherfucker has let race and racism cloud his brain that he can't figure out kids killing kids or a daddy killing kids. It's literally all bad. This dude, there is no fucking way I'm gonna legitimize getting a fucking monster like this by getting up there and treating him as a peer or equal. I'm sorry, I'm better than this.
I mean, you know, if you're looking for the rational, like if you're looking for the rational, logical answer, it would be the white, right? But you don't understand my position. Like I'm ready for Christ right now, so like I wouldn't care.
I got you. Please, when I ask, just
get your point.
You'd rather be at the stop sign where the husband killed his family, correct?
I mean, yeah.
No, you don't get to qualify it. It's not complicated, the freak.
It's not, but it's just it's a weird, gross, hypothetical speculation.
It's very real. You know how many people have sat at stop signs where some white dude offed his wife? That happens. That actually happens here and there. So it's real. I'm not making shit up. You know how many people are setting at stop signs where kids are opening fire in all directions and shooting? That happens. Which stop sign do you want to be at? You chose where the white guy's killing his family. That proves why I'm more adamant about the blacks tearing up their streets than the whites tearing up their homes. Because we all know that there's more danger in what the blacks are doing in the inner city streets.
All right.
Listen to this moron. More danger to whom? The fuck is he talking about? More danger how? More danger to innocent victims? I'm sorry to tell you this. And I really, you know what? I'm not going to go down that dark path by comparing tragedy to tragedy. The comparative, what is it? Comparative, there's a term for it. Comparative tragedy or comparative. Dude, Be Brave is a fucking monster. Be Brave's fans who think that this is sound logic, they're fucking monsters. They're literally not people that I would even want my kids or grandkids to be around. Dude, this motherfucker is gonna justify family. He's gonna justify some white dude offing his family is better. Oh my lord, dude. Palomino, if I hear you say, if I hear you defend this goddamn monster again, I'm just going to time your ass out for 24 hours because you need to go think deeply. You need to go pray, motherfucker, for defending this.
Back to the politics side. So if, like you said, there's something afoot going on that's like promoting some of this degeneracy in the culture and the media or whatever, like, let's just say it's CIA inside CCP communist overtaking of America or whatever. If we see that there's some kind of top-down, concerted effort to be bringing upon this, lapse in the justice system where we see, women getting no time for crimes that Jews are getting, lifetimes for, or blacks are getting acquitted for, 14 times in a row for assault with a deadly weapon, and then hurting people again. If this is like a top-down concerted effort from the social engineers, how can you also blame the foot street people in such a nasty way with the rhetoric? I don't think it's fair to do.
Well, I think it's completely fair to do because the people that are engineering our society, you are correct. I don't know if you've ever heard me go off on that. I've always said the blacks need to become conspiracy theorists because of how they're being engineered in a negative manner. The reason why I blame the blacks is because that same social engineering also affects white trash.
Okay, let me go ahead and just address a different type of depravity of depraved rhetoric. So here is sin seven sin. So sin seven sin. Just hold on one section, Art. So sin seven sin says it's the idea of you have control whether or not you're a victim. Okay, well, sin, I need you to explain to me how I remember this one particular incident in some ritzy suburb outside of Seattle where a guy just basically comes in and shoots up his family. And there was one survivor, like one of the little daughters hiding in a closet or something. Okay, so you're saying that innocent kids have some control over whether they're a victim or not? That sounds as fucked up as Be Brave is fucked up. And then your next comment, and I don't know whether this is tongue in cheek or whether you're serious or not. You might want to tighten up some of your chat comments, but I don't give. Let's see. She says something about a woman wears controlling whether she's S8 or not. What? Where are y'all getting this shit from? Okay, it doesn't matter whether a woman walks in stark naked to a concert. Okay, that does not give someone the right to oh, excuse me, to physically assault or harm. Dude, YouTube has just gotten people off their gourd with some of these premises. What's going on, Shinar?
Yeah, peace. You know what's crazy, man? You listening? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's wild how these tap dancers, they worship this dude for some reason. I'll never understand it. You know, like I tried to go on this panel earlier. He wouldn't let me up. And I was trying to let him know that I don't know but John, he called Brave one day, like 4 times in a row. And he didn't pick up. Right. He just kept calling him because he wanted to talk to him about something. And then he let it go to his voicemail. And it said his name. And so I tried to let Brave know that happened, but he wouldn't let me up. And so Brave, if you're listening, if the initials of your name are CK, then you got doxxed by John, the snake. And that's what I was trying to tell you. And so this is the problem with tap dancers and the whites that they worship. They secretly envy them. You know, they don't really like and the whites that they hang around, they don't really like these stupid tap dancers. Brave doesn't respect John. Do you think Brave respects John?
I agree with that.
Right. So, and it's the same thing the other way. I don't think. I mean, John respects Brave. He loves Brave, but he sometimes you can tell that he kind of takes offense to some of the stuff he says. But he holds it in and just balls up until it gets to the point where he does some shit that he shouldn't do or say. And so, if you're listening, that's what happened. And I know you're listening. You're probably smoking weed and drinking right now.
Oh, I don't, dude. Why do you even care what Be Brave thinks?
What do you mean?
I literally mean, why do you care what Be Brave thinks of you or whatever?
What did I just say that implied that?
Well, you keep apologizing to Be Brave if he's listening. My question is, what does it matter whether Be Brave is listening or not?
Because I'm trying to help Brave out in a way.
Why are you trying to help Brave out? He's fucked
Because
up.
John is a
John's fucked up. I think it's admirable that you want to help Be Brave, but aren't you tap dancing a bit yourself?
By trying to help Be Brave, I'm tap dancing.
Yes, that's my question. Aren't you? Don't you think you're tap dancing a bit?
Bro, you're a tap dancer.
Okay,
You know
son,
that,
I'll put your ass
I've
in the
always
back.
said that about you.
Okay, we don't do that. What you need to do is answer my fucking question. Okay, I think Be Brave is a monster. My question to you is, you keep talking about tap dancers and bullshit like that. You're helping someone I consider a racist monster. And my question is, why, if you're not a tap dancer? Be Brave doesn't deserve your help, nor does he need it. You literally just talked about how he wouldn't let you up on a fucking panel, yet you're trying to help him. Dude, you're the fucking tap dancer. Stop calling other people tap dancers when you're tappity tapping yourself. Dude, you know me better than this, dude. Don't come up here half-assed, because you're fucked up as well, trying to help a fucked up racist monster. Now, you go in with this tap dancing bullshit and you're out of here, because I don't have the patience tonight. Answer my goddamn question, which is, don't you think you're a tap dancer if you're trying to help Be Brave?
Look at what you're doing right now.
Okay,
Look
bitch,
at what you're doing
we're
right
done.
now.
The question is not what I'm doing. The question is about what you're doing. Hit the shower, son. I'm not in the mood for a motherfucker who can't answer a simple and direct question. So let's move on to Sin. Sin, I misunderstood what you were writing, so I will apologize. So I get what you're saying now. So please forgive me. You might as well not stay, Shenard. You're done for the night. I'm not going to sit up here and listen to a goddamn tap dancer lecture me about why he should be defending a racist fuck like Be Brave. Skedaddle. What's up there, Candy Cane? How you doing? Good to see you. I thought you were live, Candy. So anyway, let's get back to this video. And it's so funny. I still have a couple beers left. I'm starting to get into the spirit now.
It's the same thing. The rap, they're listening to rap. They're listening to all the stupidity that the engineers are putting out. But the white kids aren't shooting up their streets. So that means that it's not the top, it's not the people at the top doing it, even though they set it in motion. The bottom results rest with the people that are choosing to fall for the engineering, or fall for the joke / engineering. My point is if you're going to keep falling for the joke and the engineering that makes you act like violent, no good for nothing animals, I have to talk about you for picking up the gun. Nobody put the gun in your hand. Nobody made you go out and shoot empty a magazine up and down a city street in all directions. Nobody.
Now look at this motherfucker. Of course he's going to concentrate. He's going to embellish. He cannot deal with the horror of somebody within their own home blowing up their domesticity. Someone, in my opinion, someone who just does this horrible thing to their own kinfolk, their own blood, their own kids, their own progeny. I don't know. You know, I don't want to do the comparative tragedy, but how do you discount that and then racialize it and say that what's happening on the street corner is worse? Once again, Be Brave is a particular type of racist monster, and John Galt is basically his zookeeper, valet, whatever you want to call it. You know, it's so funny because John Galt keeps trying to pull my strings, you know, with all the folks like CKJ3 and me and a couple other people were in the military, and supposedly I was in charge of them. Well, John Galt, my response is that you're running a fucking zoo over on your channel, and you got racist animals like Be Brave, Master Kim, and a bunch of others in that fucking menagerie that are just monsters, justifying tragedy and racializing it just like this fucking monster right here is doing it. So, dude, John, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to do, but you know better than to fuck with me. Okay, you don't want to go head to head with me, bruh. You know what happens when you do that. So what I suggest you do is leave the hatchet buried. You do not want to dig up that hatchet because it will be brutal.
They made him do that. Nobody said you have to do that. So nobody gets to blame somebody for their actions when actually in the final analysis, they chose to physically do what they're doing, because I am fully aware of negative engineering. God damn it, we've been negatively engineered for 100 years or more. But the point is it just boils down to the engineers.
Here, let me take a minute to mock King Shenard a little bit more. This is another motherfucker who has no internal checks and balances to his rhetoric. So all of a sudden, after coming up on my panel and being asked a hard question, all of a sudden Shenard is my frenemy. So Shenard says, I am afraid of Be Brave. Well, bitch, I'm not trying to help Be Brave. I'm not trying to help a racist monster, you dumb fuck. Even if I was afraid of Be Brave, I'm certainly not trying to help him. You fucking white ass kissing Uncle Tom tap dancing bitch. So what you need to do is go call Be Brave and try and help him personally. You're not going to be able to help him over in my chat. What a fucking moron.
I call him
and you're another one, Shenard. You know better than to fuck with me. Dude, I will crush your spirit and laugh when I do it.
Global elite that own the countries, on the medias, on the means of production, the global engineers that have their think tanks to decide how they're going to engineer and decay particular areas. There's nothing we can do about them. They're untouchable. Nothing. They're untouchable. I know this much. The kid that's going to shoot up my neighborhood that lives next door, I can do something about that. I can say, what are you doing? We can't touch them. But what are you doing picking up the gun and shooting up the streets here? That's why they need to be confronted way more seriously than the global elite that are setting the shit in motion.
Well, shit, you know, I need to think about that, but I'm thinking, I'm just gonna throw this out there, like, you know, if you go for the head of the snake, which is your media, your government, your education system.
Dawn, I totally agree. That is the secret sauce to this sort of thing. Being able to basically use a black man's or nominally black man's platform to spew anti-black racism. Dude, that's like the chef's kiss Racism. Mother, dude, I'm gonna get on a black man's channel and use the N-word. That's like that's like the Valhalla.
All literally bombarding this ideology into the culture, into the people. And we're not producing good people anymore in the country. You know,
Right.
You have to have there has to be a message or something that will give what you have existing salvageable with some good messaging. Otherwise, you're literally going to be on two fronts, the top and the bottom, trying to convince the bottom to, fight the impossible fight, like you said, the untouchable elite. And I just don't think that's the effective way to go.
Oh no, I don't think that. I think the best way to go is to distill it down to 500 people living out in the middle of nowhere. Those people, their human nature is going to take care of the people more than the people. The 500, their human nature isn't going to look into who's doing what inside their huts as much as they're going to pay attention as to who's doing what in the town square. If there's people in the town square that are violent, the people in that town, they're not obligated to search why it's being done. They have every right to stop the violence that somebody's lost their.
Let me I'm not even sure I understand this question. Mike, I thought you were going to hit the link, by the way. Someone asked me to drop it for you. It says here, no, that's not the one I'm looking for. Mike asked who, and I assume it's anyone in the chat, who is considered not a tap dancer. I'm not even sure what a tap dancer is. My definition of a tap dancer is someone who makes excuses for racist rhetoric, like justifies it, makes excuses. Like this idiot up here on this Be Brave panel, basically saying that, hey, what you say, Be Brave, is kind of abrasive, but there's a kernel of truth to it. That's tap dancing. Okay. There's literally nothing that Be Brave gets right, except that there is a lot of crime in some black inner city neighborhoods and other types of neighborhoods too, but that specifically. That's tap dancing. Stop this notion that, hey, I'm basically against everything you say, but I'm going to add a little bit of sugar just to make the medicine go down. Nah, I think you ought to shove that goddamn medicine down and make it hurt when you do it. That's tap dancing. If you can't be blunt with someone and tell them your actual opinion, that's tap dancing. So that's my definition. And is there anyone who's not a tap dancer? I honestly don't think there's anyone on earth who isn't like some sort of sociopath. I think everyone on earth will tell a little white lie to spare feelings at some point in their life. So there's almost no one that doesn't tap dance at some point in time. So that's my answer. Y'all can talk to can answer Mike from Boston in your own ways.
Mind and taking part in. And that's the same thing on a macro level. We have every right to go, you people are the ones tearing up the inner cities. We don't care who's engineering all of our culture downwards because we're all going down. You're the only group shooting up the streets, carjacking and mass looting in the way that you're doing it. Therefore, we don't care about the elite. We care about the immediate, direct threat of you firing bullets through my yard. The elites aren't firing bullets through my yard. So therefore, I am absolutely justified in saying, leave the word out of it. But you dirty, filthy 70% of you goddamn people are the filthiest goddamn people that God ever put on earth, because you're.
Listen to it. Totally excused the family slaughter. but teenagers on the corner doing, horrible things. They're the worst people ever. Listen to this virulent, back-asswards country fuck racist on a black man's channel spewing this. That's some tap dancing, folks.
Living like gods, and you're tearing up the inner cities out of some goddamn make-believe fucking oppression that you think is happening. We have every right to hurl insults and to speak very directly to the people that are doing the direct destruction to the living atmosphere of the public in general. The elites, nobody can do anything about.
See, but that's where I think.
Now listen to this. The elites, nobody can do anything about. Dude, apparently Be Brave is afraid of his white social betters.
Yeah, if you could, like, the elites need to be worried to ever show up in public and not be afraid to become rope for a tug of war.
Yeah, no, the elites are never going to show up in public, and they can't be touched. They're too untouchable. Cyber, what is the catalyst? Cyber Toxin says, what is the catalyst? One that exists within the black community and does not exist among whites? There is no catalyst that's in the black community that doesn't exist among whites. The pornography, and death rap, the white kids are listening to it too, Cyber Toxin. The white people, the white women are dressing like whores, risque, half naked, yoga pants up the crack.
So I can't quite tell where he's going with this, but is he implying that the white kids got it from the black kids?
Look at their ass. White women are in the process of destroying the American white family. So, I mean, there is no catalyst that one has that the other does.
So it's the white women destroying the white family. Oh, this motherfucker, dude. God damn, dude. This is some funny shit.
Doesn't, because basically the catalyst, what you're saying is a catalyst, Cyber Toxin, is nothing but suggestions. Suggestions and manipulations are not a catalyst. The catalyst is something that enables. So the catalyst, both the whites and the blacks have the catalyst, which is individual determination or decision to do something. So that exists in both races, and there's only one race. There's not Mexicans in the Southeast are tearing up their streets, but a lot of it is theirs is domestic like whites. It's the blacks that are literally tearing up their streets wherever they live. And what is the negative input, the negative influence over there is the same negative input as everybody. The DAs, the prosecuting attorneys, the nonsensical, insane criminal reform applies to white kids also. The white kids aren't in the streets shooting at each other. The white kids aren't mass looting. The white kids aren't carjacking. So it's not a matter of anything other than black cultural failure that's putting their children in the streets acting like.
And once again, the very racist notion that there is a pan-cultural black community. I'm sorry, a unicultural black community. We all share the same culture. It's the failure of black culture. This dude is a racist monster who has no internal like check. He literally just, he has no internal mechanism to just check the logic, just check for a reality check. So killing innocent white kids inside the home is different than black teenagers shooting up a street corner. It's both tragedies, but at least the white people do it out of sight of the public. So shooting up a street corner, basically, innocent people get hurt, but inside that white home that just got shot up, the minor children, they aren't innocent. This dude is literally a fucking logical train wreck, and a nominal black man has him on his channel shitting on a black community from a very racist perspective. Why the fuck would I go up and have any sort of good faith discussion with this monster?
Animals. Nothing else but pure cultural failure. And that's all we can attribute it to. I'm a conspiracy theorist till hell freezes over. Nobody's blaming anybody. When a young man picks up a damn gun, didn't nobody put that gun in his hand?
Now listen to this motherfucker. And you know what? Palomino, I might have to time you out for 24 hours for this one. So this motherfucker, Palomino Ricky Z, says, yes, Stanley, in all caps, a drive-by is worse than inside domestic violence. Yes. Well, Palomino, I literally disagree with that. I don't even know that it's a moral thing to compare them. They're both tragedies. They can both result in fatalities. There are innocent victims possible in both scenarios. And because I can, I'm going to time you out for 24 hours. I don't want stupid monsters who actually type this sort of shit in my chat. You need to understand how horrible you sound. So you hit the showers for the night, and maybe you can pray on it, bitch. But we're not doing this. I'm tired of these be brave dick suckers just coming into my chat and just saying any old fucking thing and expecting it to fly. I'm done for the night with this sort of monstrous logic. See you tomorrow, if I see you tomorrow. Now, who wants to type some more bullshit like that? Chris M., you still out there? I've had my fill of assholes for the night.
When he's firing up and down the street and not caring where in the hell he's going, nobody's putting that gun in his hand. White school shooter. Nobody put that gun in that kid's hand. White people want that white school shooter deleted immediately.
Hey, be brave. So, your suggestion was like get a small group, isolate, defend, right? Let everything burn and fall apart or whatever. But I don't think that there's one geopolitical issue that isn't resolved.
I'm sorry. Then Cybertoxin come up and explain your behalf. You're using the word catalyst, and you said, what is the catalyst in the black community and the catalyst in the white community? If a catalyst is something that enables. So what are you saying? You come up and explain yourself. And quit trying to look like you're smarter than everybody. Just come up and talk. The Freak and I ain't got no goddamn fucking use for each other. You see how gentlemanly we being? Get up here, Cyber Toxin. God damn it. Go ahead, the Freak.
Yeah, so I don't see any issue that we're having in the country that isn't resolved by literally imperializing the rest of the world right now.
Imperializing what?
The rest of the world.
Well, hold on. We got a candidate for most awful comment of the night. Damn. After Palomino, apparently timing Palomino out is we've got some competitors here. So King Problem, who I know I've seen somewhere before, he says black kids love selling drugs to pregnant women. Well, you know what? I think that's going to qualify. You're fairly new to the chat, I think, King Problem, if I recall. I don't tend to like, those sorts of comments. Not even as a joke. I don't see that as anything near appropriate in this sort of setting. So, I may not be your cup of tea. This channel may not be your cup of tea. So maybe what you can do is go pray on it for 24 hours in the pew right next to Palomino. And usually I'm not so just usually I'm not really so uptight about this, but you know what? I'm tired and trying to sip my beer and make jokes. And these motherfuckers just want to come in and compete for most awful comment. So I'm going to play with them.
Okay, I'm sorry. You may want to say that again. I'll follow you much closer.
Imperializing the rest of the world.
Is the reason for that is what? Or are we doing it? Or are you saying we're not?
I'm saying that instead of isolating and falling into some defensive posture and waiting for American culture to like somehow rise from the ashes of itself.
Yeah, that's right, Uncle Fatty. They need to repent and thou shalt be saved. Ooh, boy, they need to repent. And was King Problem CM? Because CM is banned in the chat. If he wants to come up here, he can click the link. Now, whether I talk to him or not, is up to me. But yeah, CM, he's another one. I'm done with Be Brave. I'm done with CM too. I don't see a point in I don't see that as any way sort of a productive sort of collaboration or whatever you want to call it.
Just make the whole world America.
Oh yeah, that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing.
No, I mean like literally do it though. Like
I know. Well, they can't do it overnight, but that's literally what they're doing. The whole world now is a white planet. It's a white planet now. Whites run everything. Now, are they being fair? Nope. I said yesterday with Javez, I said, excuse me, when people in the USA, blacks along with whites, when we meet our maker, we're all going to jail for receiving stolen property from third world countries in the way of natural resources. Because
maybe, someone still had to harvest the crop, or someone had to, come up with the way of harvesting whatever we're talking about, natural resources, right? But the thing is, if we do that,
and I've said this several times, probably just even today. Be Brave, when he says stuff like this is a white planet, he always gives me the impression that he thinks he's part of that group that's running the planet. Okay. He acts like he is in some position of authority, or he is in on the planning, or he is somehow in the know. Dude, you're a taker just like the black kid on the street corner. Okay. You are not in control of your destiny really any more than any other person that's here on the ground, doing the workaday world stuff. You have no clue what white people are doing. You have, dude, you're just one of us. what B Brain just fucking makes me laugh sometimes. He's a monster, but he's a deluded monster.
And you have a national message, and you have jobs, and you have a goal, and and everyone deserves our way of life, in my opinion. It's like you can eliminate a lot of this is just a poor leadership, in my opinion, and lack of respect. Like you need better messaging, you need better leadership, and you need a goal. Okay.
What good is that if they wipe out good messaging with messaging that creates insane people, and they create that message and then pump it into the culture?
Well, that's what we're having now.
Right. That's what I said. So that's why there's the only way to go up against that is to take care of your little old life and understand that maybe you might just have to move away from blacks because they're not going to be confronted. Just get away from them. Move. Go around white people where it's much calmer, where the streets are tranquil. And what does hold it? What does GFYS mean? GFYS. Brave, hold it. Brave. The birth rates all skyrocketed in these so-called countries we stole from the second we showed up. Yeah. Oh, I understand, Herman. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We didn't pay them what their resources were worth, and to get their resources, we set horrible, destructive politics in motion in the countries that we wanted the resources for cheap. That way, while the peasants were doing great deals of harm to each other and fussing, we were just like, okay, we'll take your resources while you're not looking and paying attention. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. What this dumb fuck doesn't understand, if he's in any way familiar with European history, dude, white people were horrible to white people. You'll never hear him talk about that. Again, America has really spoiled Americans over the centuries. We don't have to know a lot of things, apparently. And once again, and I guess I'm starting to repeat myself a bit. There is no reason that I can imagine that I would want to interact with Be Brave. He can beg me, or he and people like Averency can keep saying I'm a coward for not going up there. Nah. If I'm gonna talk to Be Brave, it's gonna be on my panel where I have full control of the interaction. I don't trust a racist monster to have a good faith conversation. It'll be here or nowhere.
You don't want to know what that means. You don't want to know what that means.
Oh, what does it mean?
It's it's basically that, the middle figure. So it's kind of funny,
Why are you so angry, man? What's wrong with you, dude? Relax, Cybertoxin. I don't like you either. I think you're a weirdo. But you can come up here, man. Man, come on. Jeez, dude. Jeez. I mean, I get it. Some people have Be Brave syndrome. If I said breathe oxygen, somebody would tell me, no, that's not proper. No, you don't have to breathe oxygen. That's not needed. I'm just playing. Just didn't mean it. Go ahead.
This is actually a good question from King Shenard. Uh, okay, why did I debate Be Brave the first time? Well, I can tell you right now, I didn't want to debate him the first time. HB and John Galt basically convinced me to do it because it would have been a good draw. You know, it was good for the John Galt channel. You know, it was kind of lucrative because, you know, I forget how much, but, you know, it was quite a bit of cash apps and donations and stuff like that. I literally put it off for 2 months because I don't like debates in the first place. And I also didn't consider Be Brave like in my, like, I don't know, in my strata. Be Brave doesn't know enough. He doesn't know enough of the fundamentals. Um, I thought it would be a waste of time, but I got talked into it. So it was literally a lucrative. It was literally like Stanley will make it worth your while. that was that was the reason. And yes, I sacrificed my soul for filthy lucre. So, you know, shame on me. But never again.
What else?
I mean, you trigger me sometimes, man. Like some of your rhetoric is just, it's like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if it's advanced trolling rhetoric, like, or if you're just this, like, you know, hateful or racist or whatever label. But it's like sometimes your rhetoric is just maddening. Like, you know, because the thing is, like, Be Brave. When I was growing up back in Florida and coming up in high school and stuff like.
Oh, Khan, yes, sirree. You know what? I literally said that, you know, I just don't, it's annoying to have to do error correction while you're debating somebody. Or you're, you know, when you're debating somebody and they go, well, what's that mean? And you have to stop and you have to explain it to them. That's part of it as well. I don't want to have to stop every 10 minutes to explain something you should already know. So yeah, that's part of it as well.
We all got along back then. This was like, you know, mid 80s, you know, through the early 90s, right? And we were competing, we were playing sports, we were hanging out.
You're talking to
and
somebody,
now
you're talking to somebody
you know,
that's 71 years old. I remember the days. Yes, I do.
So, you know, it's like
I get it.
Some of the rhetoric is upsetting because I know.
Let me digress.
Yeah.
Ryan, the third world would have no clue what to do with oil, minerals, or anything really. Too dumb. Okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, let me skip ahead through some of this.
Victim of no businesses, flying bullets, innocent people. I mean, it's amazing. Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, that's some of the stuff that Charlie Kirk would say, you know, that had a lot of the people on the left, you know, upset or whatever. But it's not like it's false, you know, it is true. But, you know, anyway, what I want to say is, like you just said, you know, separate and I don't know, consolidate and just wait. I'm saying assimilate.
And let me say this right now. This bullshit about we need to separate and all this stuff, it has always been that way. Okay, neighborhoods are still fairly segregated. Where I live here in Georgia, it just so happens to be a mixed neighborhood. But you can go all over. Funny enough, the neighborhood I grew up in, which was pretty much like all black, there might have been every now and again you'd see like a white guest staying over, like a sleepover or something. It's actually fairly well, it's still mostly black, but you go driving around, there are white people living in the neighborhood I used to live in. Now, a lot of them are students. Savannah College of Art and Design has pretty much bought up the city. So some of these houses are like places students can like rent, live in as a group, which is cool. Most of the people I grew up with, like my age, don't even live there. There's only one girl, well, she's not a girl anymore, that I know of that lives right across the street where she grew up and I grew up. My father's there, like one other neighbor who's actually older than my father lives next door. Most of the old people are gone, as in from the earth, and the kids are scattered to the winds. There's still a few kids I grew up with that still live, there. But I guess where I'm going with this is most of the mixed neighborhoods that I'm aware of, and I'm by no means, even expert. There are a lot more mixed neighborhoods in Georgia than I grew up with. But if you want to be segregated, if you want to live away from white people, or white people want to live away from black people, it's really easy to do. I don't know why people are acting like there needs to be an act of Congress to separate. Move to fucking, I don't know, move to fucking Wyoming. You will be with your people. I don't get Be Brave's narrative here. It's a trash narrative, and it's just pure ignorance.
An imposed peace, on the world, and then at least our country has a goal, has a unifying.
Are you talking globe again, or are we talking USA?
I'm talking about imperializing the globe.
Yeah, no,
not covertly. I'm talking about overtly doing it, like actually doing that.
That's a nice thought. That is a nice thought, but we're already doing that. It's not going to happen any faster. And to speak of a solution as outright imperialism, I'm with you. I think the corporations should just, go into the third world saying, look, new game plan, stop, shut up, do what we say. I get it. I'm with you. Because because the natural resources that it takes to have a first world society are the critical resources are spread all around the planet. So nobody's got a.
Once again, Be Brave is stuck in the fucking like 1950s or something. A lot of these corporations are multinational now. So there are no real like American companies. Like if Microsoft wanted to fucking move their world headquarters to India, they could do it. It'd probably be a little bit of pain, but things like Microsoft and Apple and stuff like that, they were founded in America and they're considered American companies. These companies are fucking multinational. Okay, so there is no Apple goes somewhere and forces all this shit on a third world country. It does not work that way anymore. And then if we're going to go to spheres of influence and stuff like that, I imagine it'll work even less that way. Once again, Be Brave is not on top of his game in some of this bullshit.
Lock on the resources we need. So that means that the world has to share the natural resources that are necessary for first world civilization. So that means a one world order makes sense. It's just that the goddamn people that are in control of the one world order are pieces of shit instead of good guys.
Yeah, unfortunately.
What good guy could possibly run a world order? Has he not heard absolute power corrupts absolutely? I'm not absolutely sure there's such a thing as a benign dictator in 2026. Once again, Be Brave is not on top of his rhetoric game. There's no good guy that's going to run a new world order or a world order. It just, I don't think that's possible given human nature.
But I don't see any reason why we couldn't basically, for some countries, just merely provide security, right? And as a way of stabilizing things. But like you said, there's a dark hand afoot here that is trying to impose a different system than what we're used to in America, unfortunately, and it's hurting the whole culture, and it's certainly subverted us to the point of, we don't even, we're talking about separation. We're actually talking about what happened in 1865 or whatever it was, the Civil War, kind of like people are really like thinking about that's a solution. It's pretty insane. But anyway, I think
that's because the solutions are not being allowed. I always say we're not allowed to build the prisons we need. We're not allowed to build the mental institutions that we need. So somebody's stopping us.
Again, this 1950s mentality. Okay, how do we know we need more prisons? Maybe we should put the money into trying to keep people out of prisons. Same thing with mental institutions. Dude, Be Brave literally is a moron. There is no reason I would even want to go and debate. Dude, Be Brave's logic comes back from when like deviled ham was invented.
Meaning if I use the word allowed, that means somebody's stopping us. My opinion is somebody is stopping us from building the prisons and the mental institutions that we need. So since those people are stopping us from building the prisons and the mental institutions they need because they're afraid of what the makeup of those institutions would look like. Oh, we can't have that. That would be like too obvious as who's causing the problem. And number one, and number two, if they go into the DAs and the PAs and the judges and say, oh, don't worry, what you did was basically attempted murder, but since he didn't die, it's just an aggravated assault. Here's a bracelet, go home, even though
Yeah, that's not really happening.
Shit, they'll kick anybody out of their store that they don't like.
Well, that's what I said. That's what I said. Yeah, the world. Yeah. So the point is that's why I say just go home and live your life. Don't worry. Don't try to change things. There was a couple of kids, Andre Williams and Bumpkin. Andre Williams now is becoming nationally very much known by hollering and talking about Black cultural dysfunction, bless his heart. But back in the day, they had an outfit called New Frontier. And they talked, both him and Bumpkin. I went over there. They threw me out of their stream. And I didn't buy. I got a laugh out of it. I'm going, dang, God damn it, because I told him as an old man. They were talking about nationalizing world corporations. I say, shut your motherfucking mouth and quit leading other young people into wasting their goddamn time like that. I said, quit talking other young people into wasting their time pursuing this stupid shit. I said, neither one of you aren't doing anything but sitting on a goddamn internet running your fucking mouth. There's nobody establishing any headway into confronting the world corporate.
Yeah, I'm just about to get Be Brave fatigue here. So let me skip way ahead and see if there's anything interesting. Where have I seen this guy before?
Of people. I'm not talking about people slamming heroin into their veins. Fuck them. Let them go shoot a mainline one right in your eyeball. Take one and take yourself out. I don't give a
do a hot shot.
The point is outside of the people that are destroying themselves with stupidity of buying homes they can't afford, knowing they couldn't, and end up home. Everybody lives like gods in this fucking country.
Yeah.
Right down to the fuck. I lived in the projects when I was 11 years old, and I goddamn guarantee you I was impressed. We were some trash ass white trash. And when we moved into them new projects, I was going, man, this is something. And I never, and prior to that, my dad, he was a drunk. He moved at the end of his life. He bought us a new home, a small new home. But, he was a drunk. And so we moved a lot. My mom was a sweetheart. And I'd look in the living room floor and I could see the basement through the fucking floor in the houses we lived in. So when we got into some new projects, I went, wow. And that's why nobody's telling me about, well, if you live in the project, shut your motherfucking mouth. I lived in projects and I felt like I was in God's country then. And I still to this day feel like it.
That's something else that bothers me is like in the old days,
Yeah, this is a motherfucker who doesn't season his steak. Shut the fuck up.
Just ask for the link. Next time I'll pin it at the top though. That way you won't even have to ask for it. You just hit it when you want to hit it and I'll bring it up. But yeah, so I don't know when I got on here, but by golly, it was a very, thank you all. I'm happy to see you over here, Ivan.
All right, folks. Well, this has been a very unproductive show. I'm sorry to have had to put you through it, but I've heard enough of Be Brave, more Be Brave than I've heard in years at this point. And quite frankly, enough for some years to come. So I'm going to bid everyone adieu and good night. I am going to try and be back around 4:30 tomorrow. I am going to at least do news. I might just go ahead because I have some politics stuff I want to talk about, but I may just, skip town or do hooky and show the debate tomorrow. It'll make it a shorter show anyway. So we'll see how that works out. So I appreciate everybody hanging out. I had a good time. And CKJ3 and Speak Radio, who were special contributors to the show today, and Kimmy, for that matter, all on our executive producer staff in one way or another. They made the show special. Our executive producers, folks, Brooklyn, CKJ3, Dirty Dude, Lupin Reiging, and Speak Radio. And one last thank you to all the folks who sponsored yesterday's short bus. Dirty Dude again, Mike123, Speak Radio again, CJ Brooks, and again, Brooklyn Watson. So I am going to go eat leftover ribs and some vegetables. And I was hoping Lanterns would be on tonight, but maybe I got the date wrong. So I will see everyone tomorrow. Brian, before I go, what were you nattering on about? Something about cutting murder rates 90%, cutting crime 60% very quickly and efficiently. I'm not sure where you're going with this. Crime has been coming down for years. I'm not convinced, except maybe in DC, that Trump had much to do with it. DC, I think you could probably make the argument for, but not really anywhere else. There we go. Hey, American man. I don't know. Did I even say hello to you? Good night. So anyway, we will be back tomorrow. Apparently Cynthia G is streaming. I will not be joining you over there. I don't feel like getting into the gender banging stuff. So you all enjoy it. And somebody say goodnight to Be Brave. I bet he's asleep by now. But so we go. I will see everyone tomorrow. Had a good time.